portfolio committee, and that thing must be addressed. Ne?
No, singabantwana besilo thina.
Okay, honorable members, it's 7 minutes past 6. We did very well, extremely well in our last meeting. Ne? We finished an hour before the time which was allocated to us. You see, that behavior inspired me a lot. So I would love the honorable members to behave as such, even in this particular meeting, so that we are able to conclude very early. But I'm not sure if I should anticipate that in the presence of Honorable Chetty. We not early. Okay, because Honorable is here. Who is in his or her kitchen here? That person is making. Mute your mics. Honorable Becky, mute
Hello?
your mic. Mute your mic.
I've done so.
Ungu, mute your mic.
Is it muted now?
You are not. I'm going to mute you because I have the power to mute you. I've muted you now. Mamzung, is it difficult to mute? Let me mute you. Yeah, we don't want to hear that patriarchy which is happening behind here, our meeting, where you only allow your wives to cook. Nina, you don't cook for them during this lockdown. It's been what, 60, 50 what days, and your wives have been cooking, and Nina, some of you have not been cooking. So we don't want to be exposed to that. Honorable members, I'm hoping that all of us have documents. Do we have documents, all of us? Did you receive documents for the meeting? Ningathi nje inhloko okanye nithi inhloko?
Yebo.
Yes.
Have you received documents?
Yes, Chair.
Did you read them? Or you are even lazy to read in this lockdown? You are doing other things during lockdown. So you have not read. I take it you have not read documents. So hoping that you are not prepared, and when you are not prepared, you are not going to delay our meeting because your lack of preparedness. Ne? Lubabalo, Mr. Squela.
Hello, Chair.
Where? I don't see Madlala, Mr. Madlala here.
He did log in, Chair, earlier on. Yes, he is around, Chair.
Yeah. Hi, I can see from you that regulations are unconstitutional, yeah? You are that Madlala we know. Very good, very good, very good. You shaved, you are clean. Nice, Alvin. We are tired of your pen as well. So, Mr. Squela, can you please present the apologies to us? And from time to time, you must look at your phone in it because it's important that me communicates during virtual meetings.
The pen must fall.
Please present the apologies.
Chair, we only have one apology, the one of Honorable Mulder. He will be joining the meeting in 20 minutes time, Chair.
Is that the only apology?
Yes, Chair, that's the only apology, Chair.
Okay. Because honorable members don't have data where they are, can you put the agenda on the screen for the benefit of everyone who is in the meeting? I don't want to assume that they do have the agenda of the meeting. Who has the agenda? Can the agenda be shared on the screen?
Okay, Chair. No, Chair.
I'm sharing it. Are you sharing it? Who's sharing it?
Chair, I think it's a hidden agenda.
Yeah. Who's shouting my title?
It's me, Chair. I think it's a.
I just hear you. I can't see you. I can't connect camera like before. I don't know what's happening.
You can't see me.
Yes,
But
I can't see anyone, but I can hear. I can hear you.
Oh, you can't see everyone.
I can't see everyone, but I can hear you, Chair.
Oh, but then if you want to see everyone, you must go to show participants, and then you click that thing that says show participants.
But I can't see you because my system is just failing me. So, but I'm in the meeting, of course.
Oh, welcome, DM. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We are waiting for Lubabalo or Dinewo to share the agenda of the meeting for the benefit of everyone. Guys, move fast, ne? We are moving with time. It's difficult to get the agenda on the screen.
Your call has been placed on hold. Please wait.
Banilo. Mute your mics.
Luba, are you getting
Your call
it right?
has been placed on hold.
I'm trying to
Please
get to my
wait.
screen.
Let me try then. Is it on the screen?
No, not yet.
Chairperson.
It takes
Yes.
time.
Yeah, I think as they are busy with the agenda, trying to beam the agenda, there's a TV somewhere. I'm not so sure who's having a TV next to him or her. There's that noise of a TV, and it will
Your
disturb
call has
us.
been placed on hold. Please
And
wait.
there's ones who are busy making calls while they were in a meeting. And then their calls are on hold. Then
and the equally members must leave the kitchen. It's distracting.
Your call has been placed on hold. Please wait.
who's that? Lubabalo, you are raising your hand for what? Share the agenda with you. The agenda, it is as follows. DIRCO's role in support of processes by government to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Do we hear that? The department should show how its involvement would impact on its operations And then the next point is what we have agreed upon in our last meeting, that the department briefs us with in fact in response to what they sent us in writing. Those responses, there were questions which were raised during our meeting, and many clarity seeking questions. I remember Honorable Bachman and Honorable Swartz had questions. Now those are the two items on our agenda. So can we move for the adoption of the agenda? Dineo, can you remove this thing on our screen now, because you have failed to find it? The agenda. You can close your screen.
Okay.
Is it closed?
Yes, Chairperson. I unless it's
Chair,
still on.
I move the agenda as proposed.
Okay. Can we get a second?
A second, Chair.
Okay. So we are good to go. The agenda is adopted by honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to welcome all of you to our virtual meeting. DG and the likes there in the National Command brought a nice word that we are in a new normal. So we're going to live with these virtual meetings, I guess, for quite some time. The new normal brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on diplomacy in general cannot be ignored. We are observing how multilateral diplomacy under the pandemic is increasingly becoming undermined, and it is under threat. We see countries adopting nationalistic approaches and responses to the global pandemic, which has affected every country in the world, instead of taking the global solidarity approach to work together to defeat the pandemic. In this regard, we have seen the UN Security Council unable to agree on or support the call made by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on the 23rd for a global ceasefire in order to allow rapid response to COVID-19. The US blocked a vote on the UN Security Council resolutions calling for a global ceasefire during the COVID-19 pandemic. Very bad. The effort failed because of Mr. Donald Trump's administration's refusal to endorse a resolution that urged support for the World Health Organization's operation during the coronavirus pandemic. The absence of a resolution from the world's most powerful nations, however, it undermines the Secretary General's clout in his efforts to maintain those fragile ceasefires. By association, this also frustrates the program of the AU chairperson to address the pandemic and conflicts in Africa. Is this not an attempt to hold multilateral diplomacy at ransom? That's the question we need to ask ourselves as this portfolio committee. The same US administration withdrew financial support from the WHO in the midst of a pandemic. We are grateful that our President Ramaphosa, as the AU chair, was able to deepen support and express the confidence in the work of the WHO and its DG, Dr. Tedros, in handling the pandemic. The withdrawal of the funding by the US has the potential to interfere and delay trials to find a vaccine, which is needed to save the world from the pandemic. Maybe they want to impose Bill Gates on us. Indeed, multilateralism is under a serious threat because of the narrow nationalist approaches to global issues. In another episode to derail multilateral work, the UK and the US tried to open a formal debate at the UN Security Council about Beijing's plan to introduce national security legislation on Hong Kong. A clear majority of the members of the UN Security Council did not support the US proposal, believing that Hong Kong-related issues were China's internal affairs and had nothing to do with mandates of the UN Security Council, which is international peace and security. As a result, the agenda item was kept off the UN body's official agenda and proceeded instead as an informal discussion. We applaud South Africa for remaining a voice of reason in the UN Security Council. We encourage South Africa and to continue as a peace builder, essential interlocutor, and a solution finder within a divided UN Security Council. The trade war between the US and China has the potential to hammer the African continental efforts to recover from COVID-19 pandemic, as the cost of fighting the pandemic is higher than the debts African countries already have. We therefore note with appreciation the efforts of President Ramaphosa as the chair of the AU to seek debt relief for the continent. We have noted with concern the flares of tensions between India and China, who share the world's longest unmarked border. The concern is, however, that the US strongly backed India amid the simmering tensions with China. Is this not a threat to the geopolitical relations within BRICS DG? And are such matters featuring in the BRICS agenda? Is this not another attempt against multilateral diplomacy? Our expectation is for the department to show us how the pandemic has impacted upon its operations. We expect that there will be budget adjustments, reprioritization of the predetermined objectives, and that the legacy issues for the chairpersonship of the AU will be adjusted. We will invite you again in August to deal with these adjustments and allow you time to highlight what you will focus on. Honorable Minister in absentia and Deputy Ministers present with us today, South Africa really needs to tell its story to the world. Like Zozibini, we must be inspired by that girl as a country. With the pandemic, with its imposed limitations and restrictions, a strong public diplomacy strategy is even more urgent, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers. With digital diplomacy at play, the department needs to ensure our foreign policy efforts are not left in boardrooms, but South Africans and the world should be kept informed of our triumphs and tribulations. As long as public diplomacy is efficient and effective, this country will continue to claim its rightful place in the global diplomacy as encapsulated in the National Democratic, in the NDP. I almost said National Democratic Revolution. Excuse my conscience. Honorable Deputy Ministers, I recall that the department commissioned a review panel on foreign policy in 2018. The pandemic has advanced some of the areas that, in my view, you may want to look at as additional to what is recommended in the review. I believe our embassies need to have both science and technological or technology and the health attaches for them to be able to engage with cooperating partners of these two elements, amongst others. We need our global footprint to put the finger on the pulse so that we are not left behind. Other countries are talking G6, we have not even arrived on G5 and other things. The pandemic has proved that science and health diplomacies are essential too. The pandemic has again brought to the fore insecurities of women and children. Violence against women increased during the lockdowns because amadoda aqhela omakhwapheni, and during the lockdown there was no time for omakhwapheni. And teenage pregnancies also increased. The agenda of women, peace and security must be attended to. Youth diplomacy has also emerged prominently during the pandemic. Some of the unique innovations were from the youth of the continent, be it protective equipment or the applications digitally and otherwise. South Africa should focus on the youth. The future of the world is Africa because of its young population. New innovations will come from Africa, not anywhere else. The pandemic has forced the world to move into the fourth industrial revolution. In that, everything has to happen virtually. We're going to celebrate our Youth Month virtually. We're going to have a June 16 rally virtually, ourselves as a country. Now, honorable ministers and deputy minister, without a modernized ICT infrastructure, it will be an uphill battle for the department to fully discharge its mandate. This item is now more urgent than before, DG and your team. Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now hand over to the DG and his team to give us a presentation as requested so that we are able to get an insight of what have you been doing, DG, when you decided to impose yourself as a mineral wealth beneath the soil for a very long time. Now at least you have surfaced. There was some kind of fracking which happened, and then we have you here today and that day, and we must have you every day. Honorable members must not complain that they can't get hold of you and your officials telephonically. That tendency is a wrong tendency. You should do away with it. You are accountable to the portfolio committee as well. So I'm going to hand over to you, and you give us a presentation, and that presentation must be shared on the screen, because no honorable members want that to be shared on the screen. Welcome back, Chetty. You look like you are in a bedroom. What's happening there? Are you in a bedroom? You look like you are.
It's a study chair. It's a study chair.
Oh, okay. Your study does not look like your rupas there. Okay, it's okay. Then DG, I'm going to hand over to you and do the honors. Honorable members are waiting to hear from the department the good work that you've been doing. Thank you very much. Over to you, DG. You can unmute your mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through my bosses, the Deputy Ministers Mashou Lamini and Deputy Minister Alvin Botes, and together with my fellow colleagues, DTGs that are here, I do not know how to share from where I am. I thought it will be shared from the host. I will hope that my colleagues are assisting us.
Sorry, can you please share the document if you have it? Me, I don't need. There's supposed to be a share button there. It's like an arrow on your device, DG. You see where you mute your mic, there's an arrow next to that mute. You mute your mic, there's an arrow. That arrow is a share button.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. I'm going to teach you this technology. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to speak to this briefing, but first to preamble it by saying we have been able to establish a task team at head office. We had a consular incident command center, which is usually activated in times of need, such as the one we are just in. We also had our ops room that is working 24 hours, which was tested to the limit because of the number of calls in all the time zones. And we had a team that we deployed to the NAT joints, which is the technical arm that support the NCCC. So I had the Chief of State Protocol, Ambassador Losi, assisted by the CFO, to oversee the CICC and all related activities there. Then there were other officials and all other DDGs supporting us with the relevant regions that they are working in. But for the purpose of responding to the request of the committee, we'll just summarize the elements to the briefing here that we, as a department that is responsible for, among others, to discharge our consular service. I want to explain that consular service will be the equivalent of civic services if we were talking about the domestic front. And therefore this obliges us as a department that during a disaster such as this one, that is where our consular work becomes even more. But the department played a significant role in supporting government processes to respond to the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I want to say, diplomacy is actually a contact service. Actually, the whole genesis of diplomacy was when nations wanted to be together, work together. So it is the most tested profession today, because even here we have to use this technology rather than contact, as is usually the case, which of course, as the Honorable Chair has alluded to, it now forces us to immediately adapt to the new circumstances where technology is going to be the order of the day. So at all times, honorable members, for example, internally the department had to have measures that are meant to create a safe working environment, as well as the ensuring that all our offices, we have 3 offices in the country, one in Johannesburg, State Protocol Lounges, one in Cape Town and the other one in KZN at the Kinshasa Airport. But we also have guest houses, which are part of the whole head office. And therefore, we needed to ensure that all our workplaces are safe for employees. I will then jump on to not delay the committee by ensuring that I touch on how the day-to-day operations were implemented here. That we do have a workplace plan that was provided for in line with the regulations and the guidelines, but most importantly, to ensure that they are compliant with the health and hygiene regime that we have to subscribe to. We do have a DIRCO COVID-19 steering committee, which is a multi-stakeholder committee made up of some members of the senior management service and the unions that are registered in the department, who then crafted the workplace plan so that it is in line with the aspirations and expectations of all who are involved in here. And because of what we have just mentioned earlier, there are those who have been working on essential service basis from the beginning. We never closed the department. We started off with the essential service. We designated mostly people in consular, and then in the ops room and all other insecurity, and then to ensure that work was going on, and the rest of the colleagues were working from home. And then later, when lockdown alert level 4 came, we added permitted services, and we are sufficient. We are happy that most of the work of the department continued undisturbed. Those that which did not rely on other dependencies that were affected by the lockdown. Then during the period of the lockdown, the critical work of the department has continued. Of course, it was very difficult, as honorable members will recall and note that we did not meet all the expectations. We usually say we never saw our work and service so tested to the limit like that. I must indicate that we are one country that does not have mandatory laws to oblige citizens when they travel to register. So we did not even have an idea how many South Africans are trapped abroad, because we were checking with other countries where they have this mandatory requirement that when you travel, there is a registration that you do at the home office so that you can be tracked. So that is by means of their laws. We don't have such, but initially we thought we had very few people stranded at airports, but we realized due to the calls that were even more than we could handle. And then we noted that that was a very, very difficult and challenging task to do. So we did try at the beginning, honorable members, to ensure that we do justice to the requirements and provision, especially of consular assistance. Most importantly, because traditionally, in terms of international convention, consular assistance is one of the most important service that departments of foreign affairs or international relations are obliged to do. And we are a signatory to the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, and we have also domesticated it through the Diplomatic Immunities and Privileges Act, which of course is what we need to do. And as traditionally, the consular assistance means quite a lot of services that are more than what we were doing. For example, naturally it is meant to say to provision of travel documents, advice and support in the case of serious illnesses or death, advice and support to victims of serious crime overseas, and arranging for next of kin to be informed. All those consular, civic, if you like, functions. But this time around, it was more than that. We had to initially find out who is where, and we had to then, and in most cases, missions, there were lockdowns in various countries of different intensities, and at times colleagues could not even manage to get to the offices where the numbers that were always publicized for contact were. But I must indicate that we were lucky that through the work that we have started on assessing our ICT work, we were able to, just before the disaster itself, we were able to achieve a very important milestone of being able to acquire licenses that will allow us, among others, to deploy teams such as the one that honorable members are using, which has helped us to conduct our business, both bilateral, multilateral, as well as intra-departmentally. And then these teams is what we are actually relying on as I speak now. So most of the employees, as I said, work remotely, and then they will from time to time be expected to be available. As honorable members will know that our service is a 24-hour, because as we speak now, we operate in all the time zones. Somewhere it is early today, somewhere it is late today, another it is tomorrow, but we manage to service our missions and to get feedback from missions. So I will not dwell much on the budget reprioritization, as Honorable Chair has alluded to. Of course, this is going to be one area that we are still assist with the CFO and team, and together with National Treasury through our own internal processes, we are working on how to adjust to the demands of this pandemic. So we want to indicate that we did manage to deliver our consular services, although we would not have been able to really imagine that we could be having almost more than 10,000 South Africans abroad who wanted to come home, and yet we were able to try our best. Initially, without even a budget, our first service was to just assist through those countries that were evacuating, to ensure that we piggyback and have our citizens on the return flights to come back. Honorable members, with the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown imposed by countries across the globe, many of our citizens found themselves stranded in third countries. And the categories of South Africans to be repatriated has varied from starting from distressed to destitute and stranded. And the department has had to assist with the facilitation of various charter flights, initially at no cost to the state, and later at some minimal cost, as we have indicated previously, that we even sourced sponsorship for fuel to get some of the flights that were initiated from the country to fly one way. I didn't know that an aircraft cannot take a full tank, go somewhere and come with it. I'm told when it arrives in a place, it spills the fuel and start afresh. So on return, then people have to pay for the costs associated with the return trip, etc. We indicated at the end of this document that to date we managed to facilitate 7,109 citizens, and we still have 3,800 still stranded abroad, and efforts are being made to reach out there. I must indicate that even on this work, our role is very, very minimal in the sense that we remain a facilitator. We do not have the resources, nor both financial and human, to be able to cover all these aspects. We have tried our best, and we were supported in some cases by some of the citizens themselves, because they saved us and initiated all other efforts. We have facilitated a lot of citizens. As honorable members will know that we are responsible for facilitating overflight clearances. All the citizens from the country that were to leave this country of foreign citizens were evacuated, and this was done through our role as a department, because first of all we needed to help them negotiate a way, and then just before the airspace was closed, and later after the airspace was only permitted for charter flights. So our missions have been at the forefront of the crisis by offering consular services to distressed citizens, and which has been compounded by the desperation and fear experienced by citizens, brought about, for example, by loss of employment and income. And it is this category of citizens. Normally, when we talk about ordinary consular services, we mean, in this instant, we meant people that were caught up either on short-term assignments and who were just in transit in very many different ways, only to realize that even those that were established and resident in the countries that they were would have fallen into the category and then added to the numbers that we needed to help. We do not forget those that were in the seas through cruises and other stuff that we needed to work with. I must indicate that for this work to happen, all what DIRCO is, we receive requests, we submit requests to the NAT joints. NAT joints processes them because there's various work streams there, and in this case, there is a work stream that works on travel and border issues, and this work stream has to receive information on time, process it, and make verifications to ensure that the citizens indicated in the request are indeed South African citizens, and that they are indeed having the right documents, and where the right documents are not available, they can still have some form of verification that can be used. And in some cases, it was difficult because we would bring people, for example, when we brought people from Brazil, we were so alarmed because on the Brazil passengers, there were about 7 or 8, if my memory still serves me very well, who tested positive. And then we then get accused of importing coronavirus. And we don't know how to balance bringing people or fearing to bring people, because when they come positive and there is an infection spread, then what do we do? At some point, we didn't even want to go and attend meetings, especially on the day that that was broken, the news were broken. I want to be honest, I really did not even want to attend the meeting because we felt so guilty that we may have contributed to that. But the main thing there was that we needed to assist our citizens. So it should be noted that in order to provide consular assistance, I'm on page 3, in the context of significant financial and other resources, there were a number of things involved here and included the ongoing registration of a growing number of South African citizens abroad, because every day the numbers, when we thought we were getting over it, we realized we were at the beginning actually. The facilitation of special exemptions at the ports of entry to be in line with immigration laws. Sometimes the line between us and Home Affairs is so thin that people even think that we can facilitate immigration, and when immigration is actually done by Home Affairs, and we don't even provide port health, it is done by health, and we're not even in charge of quarantine sites, is public works. But all what we do is that we bring people and those have to be processed as such. So at the beginning, the protocols were very clear that when we repatriate people, they need to be screened before they board the flights to ensure that they don't have symptoms. If they did have symptoms, such people will not have to be brought because for the fear of what I've just indicated. And where they should have gone, I can't even answer myself, because it was like, then what? If somebody is feverish and he was in transit, what should we do? So the vetting of passengers and confirming their citizenship was one of the most challenging things that we had to contend with, because it is during these times, global security has been threatened big time, because you have people who can be stowaways in order to reach the destinations that they would otherwise not have reached. So without giving all the details, I want to indicate that we submitted a numerous list of citizens to the NAT joints, and these have to be verified first by our CICC, Consular Incident Command Center, to get pre-clearance, and at times people were not sure when they will come, when we're still waiting for approval, which DIRCO did not have control over. I must indicate that in most cases we do not have control over domestic related matters, because ours is work abroad. So when it comes to things in the country, it becomes a problem for us, because we cannot superimpose everything that we are about to other regulatory frameworks that are to be adhered to when the search is done. So we needed to also liaise with various aviation companies to negotiate commercial or charter flights to repatriate distressed citizens. And in this case, when you don't hire, you're not going to pay, you negotiate from a very low position. You don't know whether you are not soliciting or what, but you need to look at ways. That's the time when we came to the point of looking at SAA and think that perhaps our own airlines, because they can account on passengers and the rest of the things, they know what our country needs. Then we had to have a setup between ourselves, the Department of Public Enterprises, and then SAA. What is this? The team that is working on SAA and the board, and then myself and the CFO were to be part of these trilateral arrangements to then negotiate with SAA that they should assist us where it was possible, and especially where they were used by other countries, that they will then bring our people. Without wasting the committee's time, I will want to go to the item on page 5, which talks about facilitation of partnerships and humanitarian assistance in support of the national effort. As this was raging, we as a country has had to play our role to ensure that as our diplomacy is a diplomacy of Ubuntu, that we can not only look at ourselves, but you also have to look at the plight of others. This saying of a better world, a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world, it forces us to say, what do we then do about others who may be our neighbors as well as our partners and that we have bilateral relations with. So we then came into this matter to look at what role can our country play as both the chair of AU and also as an international role player of the caliber that we are, to look at what could be done, etc. So as this pandemic has demonstrated, it showed, and Honorable Chair has touched it, we will even request the speech of the Honorable Chair because it resonated with what we think we should look forward to do. The maintaining strong international relations with all countries. This situation can easily disorganize, disrupt multilateral and collaborations that have existed over time, because everybody now has to look at him or herself. And it is during these times that multilateralism becomes the most important weapon that needs to be kept safe and sharpened, because we can easily find self-serving kind of approaches to things. And therefore, we looked at the fact that cooperation and not competition, collaboration and not any other would be the only elements that we should play as a country to ensure that we prevail. We are the country of Madiba, and therefore we will have to live to this quality. So including through the facilitation provided by DIRCO, South Africa has reached out to international community at large using various high-level platforms, including virtual summits with world leaders to support its fight against the spread of the pandemic, as well as the other countries on the continent, and helps them the devastating social and economic fallout emanating from this pandemic. We have actively reached out to South Africa's global partners for medical assistance to combat COVID-19. And this has resulted in the donations of PPEs, including medical masks, sanitizers, boot covers, and surgical gloves, test kits, as well as much needed ventilators, and the exchange of medical knowledge, including closer collaboration between medical and scientific research authorities. So through the efforts of our department and our minister and the leadership of the department, as well as our president, several countries and public and private organizations did make donations of medical equipment and offers of technical assistance to our country, including, amongst others, substantial donations from China, the UAE, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Russia, the UK, the EU, the US, and Turkey, and many others that are still coming. But of note, I wanted to emphasize what the Indian government did when requested. The Indian government agreed to lift export restrictions on 26 active pharmaceutical ingredients deemed crucial for our country's need for adequate medical and pharmaceutical supplies in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. This will facilitate the export of certain pharmaceuticals and formulations in favor of South Africa. This can only happen through negotiation and persuasion. And this is what our country is known for and very good at, because this really went a long way in assisting. So South African companies also have been assisted with fast-tracking of custom clearances procedures for medicines and medical equipment purchased abroad, in addition to purchases by the Department of Health and the National Health Laboratory Services of critical supplies needed in the country's fight against COVID-19. We're mindful that some of them are running short as we speak, but we definitely would want to indicate that
has been placed on hold.
It is what we managed to get through. And I must indicate and inform the honorable committee that we have accepted to be a hub for humanitarian assistance, as the president has announced, and that also was the work of the department through the leadership of our minister, and that ensuring that as the southernmost country that has this infrastructure, we can also become a very important, useful springboard for humanitarian assistance. So the attention of most governments, including those on the continent, has shifted from their normal programs of bilateral cooperation. At the beginning, I indicated that diplomacy in its nature is a contact kind of work. And it is premised on the fact that to have sound bilateral relations, you have to have a face-to-face, if I may, and a close cooperation that will ensure that in times of crisis like this, you can address concerns through diplomacy rather than any other how. We could easily have, using our might, we could have easily scuppered and got everything that was on offer. But I must say we shared with our neighbors. We ensured that, in fact, the first batch of donations did not even have to come here. It was brought to the AU in Addis Ababa at the behest of the chairperson of the AU, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, through the Jack Ma Foundation. And it was the consignment was distributed to a number of countries including Lesotho here in our belly. So immediate attention had to be paid to the repatriation of citizens, as I said, and dealing with the impact of travel restrictions. Also, the focus of cooperation has shifted to obtaining the necessary medical equipment, medical personnel, and personnel protective equipment, the PPEs. So South Africa has been engaging with all humanitarian partners to ensure that the country responds accordingly as a global humanitarian actor. So our country, as chair of the AU, has an obligation to take the lead in all the causes and efforts that seek to address the challenges afflicting our continent, including emergency issues and pandemics like the current scourge of COVID-19. So a number of virtual conferences, and of note, I want to indicate that the first of it, just at the beginning there, a virtual conference of the AU Bureau was held on 26 March under the leadership of the chair, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, during which major and far-reaching decisions were taken regarding the continent's response to the spread of the coronavirus, COVID-19. So we then had to come in, and for the first time, the ARF, unlike the previous time where we always indicate that it is a reactive fund, in this case, it had to become a proactive fund, because as soon as there were pledges made, etc., that were of a humanitarian nature, there was to be a sudden response in the form of disbursing contributions in this regard. So this humanitarian support, which has always been a pillar of our foreign policy, became one of the hallmarks of our work during this time. So we took initiative in identifying the need for assistance on the continent, and the African CDC has reported that these cases and deaths would continue, and they are continuing. And therefore, we had to really look at that and see it as a challenge. And we realized that we needed to counterbalance it and ensure that we are able to overcome. So through the little funding that we could get into the coffers of the ARF, we're able to contribute to the earlier seed capital for the fund that was established and created at the behest of the chair. And no matter how little it was, but we believe this was a starting point, because charity, they say, begins at home. And we led from the front, and then other countries and other donors came to the fore, and we believe this is working very well. So we mobilized, we also mobilize funding for humanitarian assistance for additional 24 countries on the continent, which is what was actually what that came out of the fact that this fund is meant to actually do this when it comes to humanitarian assistance. And indeed, countries like Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Mozambique, Malawi, DRC, Burundi, Djibouti, Madagascar, South Sudan, Benin, Burkina Faso, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Niger, Sierra Leone, Togo, Central African Republic, Sao Tome and Principe will be beneficiaries to this kind of assistance. So the department has also facilitated the continued operation of, as I said earlier, of humanitarian organizations, most particularly working in the Southern Africa region. And this was achieved, of course, in the sense that we have had to request the NATJOINs to really accommodate through some of the very urgent requirements that organizations like World Food Program and World Health Organization to really work here. And as I said, permission was granted by our president to have them establish a temporary humanitarian hub in Johannesburg. A similar request was further received from the UN Secretary General, requesting for South Africa to grant special approval for the establishment of a temporary humanitarian hub and facilitate the movement of supply chain and humanitarian and medical personnel. Both these requests have been approved by the President following the processing thereof and recommendations by the department under the leadership of Minister Pando. So the proposed temporary humanitarian hub will be the third in the continent. Two such are already existing in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and Accra in Ghana. And interdepartmental task team has been established by DIRCO to facilitate this process and engage the World Food Programme. Once functional, this hub will be the staging center for coordinating, receiving, and facilitating onward delivery of the much needed humanitarian assistance across the continent. We do believe that as much as COVID-19 is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity for the country to really demonstrate its principled position on the fact that there should be better life for all, and not only in South Africa, but the world over. So the impact on our operations, honorable members, I must say, is that the international programs of the president, the deputy president, the minister and deputy ministers, as this relate to state and official visits and other structured bilateral mechanisms, have grounded to a halt. So as a result of the pandemics, therefore, what we will able to do is those that we can conduct through this virtual mechanism, and we will have to institutionalize it much better than what we have done, and to ensure that it works. So a way forward is being considered and negotiated with regional and international partners. And it has been possible, of course, to engage in several virtual meetings, and this option will be further explored, as I said. However, the annual performance plan targets for quarter 1 and 2, possibly even for the entire performance cycle for the whole financial year, will require revision in line with the guidance provided to national departments by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, especially with regard to deadlines and planning requirements. Specific target information can be provided after verification. We will look at the end of quarter 1 after June. One will be presenting quarter 1 to the committee, to an honorable committee, what adjustments would be made, to what extent, and we will hear when the whole budgeting process is concluded, how it will affect most of the things that I have indicated here. So the APP targets that will require social interactions have necessarily been deferred to other quarters of the year. So with the exception of the growing trend of participation in virtual meetings and consultations, most activities for quarter 1 tend to be found and desk-based, and they will be reported on as we move on. But we are still studying, as actually we have started today to get more of our senior managers to come to the department to start in full force to look at revisions and other stuff there, and especially the operational plans. So without belaboring this point, as this relates to our presentation, we have not yet fully determined what is possible within a reasonable time and what will need to be adjusted. But we have an idea of what could be the crux of our work. We must really thank the committee, because having revised our targeting and indicators, we no longer have numbers, we have rate. So we don't think materially there will be changes, because we will not be chasing numbers of meetings, but we'll be looking at the impact that was intended. So in as far as bilateral relations, honorable committee, for the current financial year, plans were underway for the convening of various structured bilateral mechanisms, JCCs, BNCs, with a number of countries, including several on the continent at head of state, ministerial, deputy ministerial, and senior officials level. So the lockdown and similar measures across the world saw governments operate at reduced capacity, and bilateral engagements as a result were affected. So for the foreseeable future, the COVID-19 pandemic is expected to negatively impact on the converting of structured bilateral mechanisms and promotional work by missions in support of economic diplomacy, such as tourism, roadshows, trade and investment, seminars, exhibitions, which are the tools we use to attract investments and trade. So while some of the targets in the APP can be pursued through the use of technology, there are large gatherings that do not lend themselves to such. And majority of those will be trade, investment, and tourism seminars, because that's where you have to bring even tangible products and related things there. So the pandemic, of course, has led to the postponement of many of these, as I said. Without delaying the meeting, I'm going to the end now. On the multilateral front, but before I go there, I must indicate that despite this, our minister in particular and the president have been taking part in most activities that, in fact, we would not even have achieved virtual. I mean, without. I mean, in a face-to-face, and I must indicate that there has been very numerous activities that we will report in the first quarter report. The details will be provided there. So the AU had to cancel all its meetings and travel to the AU headquarters in Addis had to be cancelled as well, as measures to ensure that the virus is contained. So national lockdowns across the continent in the face of the spread of the pandemic ultimately resulted in major blow to South Africa's ambitions for its chairpersonship of the AU in 2020. We believe that when the DRC takes over next year, they will take over a better AU, in spite of the fact that we could not physically lead it because we have to use these virtual mechanisms. But I must indicate that the ultimate blow to our ambition was where we had to really forego the hosting of the back-to-back summits of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the extraordinary summit. I mean, on the silencing of the guns, which were supposed to have been held this past weekend. When this weekend came, I was just watching the sky, imagining how it would have been. We could not have this, as honorable members will know. It was one of the plans we have submitted and which we have worked very hard to achieve, but this could not happen. Of course, they will, and most importantly, there are flagship projects, which I was saying we wanted to really ensure that the Agenda 2063 aspirations had to be converted in concrete terms. But we have identified flagship projects that, while they will be taking shape, but it will not be in the manner we would have really done it. So as a result thereof, we want to submit that our chairship and our last stint in as a member of the UN non-permanent, a non-permanent member, are going on well, and some of the achievements the chairperson has. I don't know. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought the chairperson was speaking. So, President Ramaphosa, the chair of the AU, has spearheaded a number of initiatives under the AU umbrella, as I indicated earlier, and especially those that were aimed at dealing with the serious consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. As I indicated, of course, that 2 virtual meetings of the Bureau were held, and these initiatives were underpinned by the need to obtain the broadest possible support for the EU COVID-19 strategy as adopted by the Bureau of the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government. So the member countries of the Bureau ultimately pledged over $11 million and then that has reached as we speak now, and then to the response fund, and then another part was the yes.
The chairperson is calling. Can you people in the meeting mute your mics, please? If you want to make a call in this meeting, get out of the meeting and make a call. So the decorum of these meetings is very important. You must behave as if you are in those committee rooms of parliament. It cannot be that whilst we are in a meeting, you are on your phones and you are drowning the speaker, which is presenting. That thing, it cannot be allowed. It should not be happening. Please. We are adults here and we must behave as such. Continue, DG.
Thank you, Honorable.
DG, can you unmute your mic?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I want to repeat that on 22 April, the President chaired a virtual meeting of the Bureau of the Assembly of the Heads of State, and in attendance were African business leaders, which was furthering the effort to obtain the support for the AU COVID-19 strategy. Another one on the 29th
Your call has been placed
April,
on hold. Please
where
wait.
the AU, the Assembly, the Bureau of the Assembly, this time around, joined by the chairpersons of the regional economic communities of the AU, was held, where all were provided with an overview of the development since the surfacing of COVID-19. As I said, these were activities that would not have really materialized if South Africa was not the chair, because we could simply have folded arms and say we can't help. But indeed, the reason why we have movement now across the continent about this matter of the COVID-19 emanated chiefly from these endeavors. So the comprehensive economic stimulus package to support African countries in dealing with the effects of the pandemic would need to include the issue of deferred payments, and the Honorable Chair alluded to that, and the immediate suspension of interest payments on Africa's external public and private debt to create fiscal space for COVID-19 response measures. These were led by the chairperson of the AU and initiated, of course, and this really is a milestone in the sense that it touched very sensitive areas that would never have been thought of in life. But together with the commission, of course, the president addressed this virtual joint meeting. Addressed the other virtual joint meeting of the World Bank and and the IMF, underscoring the need for a comprehensive, robust economic stimulus package for the continent. In the Southern African context, on the 8th of May, President Ramaphosa hosted a virtual meeting with heads of state and government of immediate neighboring countries, including Angola, which was an initiative that our minister really led and ensured that it takes place, because it could have been like we're looking at the continent, but we are not checking the immediate surrounding that we are where we should also focus at. So as for SADC, meetings are held as convened. The Council of Ministers was held this past Friday, on a virtual basis, and then, as all honorable members will note, the ministerial committee of the organ is coming up. We will on the 26th of June 2020 to deal with aspects of the area of peace and security in the region, and these are all efforts that we believe are a part of South Africa's role in ensuring that COVID or no COVID, life must go on. So on the UN, the Commonwealth and other plurilateral groupings will report that countless international meetings and engagements, including many scheduled by the UN system, have been postponed, as honorable members will know, or cancelled due to the pandemic. In terms of the impact of the pandemic on the implementation of the APP, meetings such as the following were postponed, and we were targeting them as the meetings that we were going to have to exert ourselves on. The 6th session of the open-ended intergovernmental expert group meeting to conduct a comprehensive study on cybercrime, which was scheduled for 6 to 8 April, was postponed to July, and we believe it will take place this time around. The 14th UN Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, which was also which was supposed to have been held in April, has been postponed until next year, 2021. The 29th session of the UN Commission on Crime Prevention, also that was supposed to have been held on the 18th to 22 May, also was postponed, and quite a number of them, including the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that was scheduled to be held in Kigali in June, has been postponed, and a new date has not yet been announced. And whilst in South Africa, the UN Secretary General was to deliver the Nelson Mandela lecture on the 16th of May at the University of the Northwest. It shouldn't be noted that this had to be postponed, and the lecture will now take place to coincide with Madiba's birthday on the 18th of July. We will really look at whether this date will be confirmed as it is, or due to the developing instances, we may not see it. We will see what will pan out here. The visit of the UN Secretary General was scheduled for May, as I indicated, and it had to be postponed. We would have really have hosted him earlier. So therefore, honorable members, we want to submit that owing to these postponements, which affect some of the targeted achievements that we have indicated, we will look at what we will amend and what we will review. So there are just a lot of other events that I must indicate, but which we believe, as they appear on page 13 of our submission, honorable members will be able to see there. We want to move on to the last point there, in advancing a cooperative global response to the crisis itself. We seek to provide foreign policy leadership for the continent, and in this context, South Africa will really ensure that it plays this within a coordinated and coherent multilateral response and the associated economic recovery. As a country, we will not bend down. We will look at how we can position ourselves to play this role. Such an approach seeks to locate our country and the continent's response within the context of the implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda and the AU Agenda 2063, as well as our SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Partnership on Sustainable Development. And I was just looking at a virtual meeting last week where there was a reference. Actually, it is said that this pandemic has reversed everything that has been done to before the MDGs that preceded the SDGs, that the world has been rewinded 20 years back. And this is a challenge for us as practitioners, as well as yourselves as practitioners in this field, that we need to jack up to ensure that any gains that were lost as a result of COVID-19 are restored and we place them in their correct perspective. So the foreign policy messages DIRCO is advancing include that only international solidarity and a collective multilateral response will be effective, because no country can address a global challenge of the magnitude of this crisis on its own. State and non-state actors alike need to work together and to contribute in accordance with their means and equity considerations. A key example of the defense and promotion of multilateralism is South Africa's robust interventions facilitated by DIRCO on health-related matters, and in support of the key leadership role being played by the World Health Organization in the fight against the pandemic. Additionally, Support has been provided in global processes to mitigate the immediate economic fallout of this COVID-19 pandemic. While the immediate focus is to necessarily be on human health and recovering economies, the decisions taken today must not compromise the ability to address the many other contemporary crises or transfer the burden to the future generations. We're arguing that whatever we do in the world globally today or tomorrow during this time, it should never really disadvantage future generations. So we need real deep reflections to ensure that we don't lose anything as a result of this pandemic. These things include poverty, inequality, loss of biological diversity, and climate change. Scarce resources for COVID-19 recovery, therefore, need to be invested very wisely. Impulsive thinking and impulsive decisions will not help, but only reflections and deep thinking can assure us of a sustainable future for the generations to come. As a department, we therefore seek to play a role both internationally and nationally in advocating for retaining an integrated and comprehensive approach that covers all the three pillars of sustainable development, that is economic, social, and environmental aspects. South Africa in all its global engagements needs to stress the indivisibility of these three pillars of sustainable development. There is no way the economic, social, and environmental factors are the important ingredients to ensure that sustainability is achieved. So as a department, together with National Treasury and other departments, we are working together to play an active role in international discussions on macro-level economic interventions at the UN, the G20 and elsewhere, and the provision of international support to developing countries. As we say, while we have our South-South cooperation, we never forget our North-South dialogue to ensure that together, as a better world, we can achieve goals for the humanity. In particular, it is necessary to lobby for access to relevant technology, the writing off or relaxing of the debt burden, and the provisions of access to multilateral financing on the scale required and which is new, additional to existing forms of support and in the form of accessible grants. The department has had to adapt to the interim working methods that vary significantly by country by country and from one international organization to the next, and to learn how to work remotely. By way of example, the UN secure internal video teleconference system could have been an alternative to physical meetings. However, member states agreed on an interim solution that comprises of a mix of video conferences for virtual meetings, informal consultations, and written engagement for some resolutions or political declarations. This is because of the uneven ability of member states to participate effectively remotely due to a range of factors, including technology and time zones. So DIRCO has thus far been able to contribute effectively to the remote meetings and to provide support to the president and other political principals, ministers and deputy ministers. It has provided a voice for Africa at a time when many African countries face being left behind by virtual diplomacy. The political declarations and outcomes adopted by a wide range of multilateral bodies reflect a strong South African contribution. This includes key decisions on debt relief by the G20 and the creation of the new funds to support developing countries. So DIRCO has utilized key platforms such as our current appointment as the United Nations Security Council and the AU chairpersonship to support a robust African response to the pandemic. I submit here, honorable members, to just illustrate that we will use this, the honorable member earlier referred to as the new normal, to play our role, and I believe this honorable committee, who are equally practitioners in the field, even your oversight method, will adapt and ensure that as you do this work, we keep the world safe from any unintended effects of the pandemic. I submit.
Thank you, DG. You are saying our oversight methods are going to do what? You are hoping our oversight methods will do what, DG? What did you say? I did not capture
notice
that.
that. I said in the same breath as we do what I said we will be doing, that the same will apply to the committee because it's part of this work that I've spoken about, which is a contact work, but which will have to be adapted to ensure that we all both contribute to a better world.
Okay, thank you, DG. Thank you, DG, for the informative presentation. Honorable members, I see Honorable Beth only has raised a hand. You raise your hand there, Honorable Nkos. There, next to you, you raise your hand. You don't come here and abuse our screens.
Yeah, okay, I've raised my hand.
And then there's no hand here.
Hey.
The hand is there. The hand is next to 3 dots. 3 dots, there's a hand on my MacBook. I don't know about your books. So
Okay,
there's a hand. You can as well go to more, and then you will see a hand.
I can see dial pad. I'm not seeing a hand.
Raise hand. It's written in other devices.
Yeah, on this device, there's no provision for a hand.
What device?
Yeah, there's no device. There's no provision for a hand. It's just put on hold.
The settings are settings of themes. The settings are setting of Teams, Microsoft Teams, not yours. Yes. So if there's a hand in my device, yeah, there's a hand in all devices. Otherwise, we are not going to speak. We've been using this theme for a very long time now. You should be familiar with it at least. At least raise your hand. Get used to the system. Don't take chances, honorable members. If you go to participants,
yeah,
and then on participants, definitely you will see there that Honorable Bachman has raised his hand, and the hand is there. Whilst you are still fiddling with your devices, I'm going to allow Honorable Bachman to speak meanwhile. And we should not take long on the, or rather we must take another presentation, which is going to be very short. Responses department. And then we discuss. You have not raised your hand. You can't unmute your mic.
No, I don't see it, Chair.
Yeah, it's true.
Ask your children to assist. Ask children to ask your children to assist you. Dineo, meanwhile, they are familiarizing themselves with their devices. Please present the responses by the department as requested by honorable members.
Chairperson, thank you, Chair. The department would please again share the document because they have the control now.
Sorry, DG, are you presenting the response? Okay, are you presenting the responses as well?
Responses. It's a long document, Chair.
How is it a long document?
Okay.
Response is a long document.
Should I proceed?
Point of order. Can I raise a point of order?
What is the point of order?
Chair, can the DG table his responses for us? And while the other people are fiddling with their devices, I will speak, and then we could save time because the DG's had a nice hour and 36 minutes to talk, and we're going to have very limited time to actually get our questions in and for the DG to answer. So I'm just worried between the members fiddling with their devices and me talking and then people raising their questions that we're going to have very little time for the DG to answer.
Honorable Bergman, whichever way, if you foresee a smallanyana time there, it shall arise whether you start or DG starts. Then the DG is going to deal with the responses very quick. DG, how many pages is your document? What do you mean when you say your document is big? How many pages is a document?
The responses are 7. The pages are 8.
8 pages.
Yes, Honorable Chair. But very short questions.
If the pages are 8 pages, you are going to have 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Thank you. The first question. Chairperson. Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
I'm listening. We are all listening to you now. I'm muting the mics of these ones who have not unmuted their mics here. Okay. I'm muting them myself.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The response is, first question was on the building of the Pan-African Parliament. There was a request for an update on the sword turning event that we indicated was proposed for October. The answer is that this will not be feasible due to the delayed finalization of the land selection for the project. However, discussions between the Department of DIRCO and DPW are ongoing. Can I go to the next? Whether the department is still intending to implement the cabinet decision to establish SADBA. The department would like to confirm that it is still intending to implement the cabinet decision, and this will be made by ensuring that we expedite the processing of the bill and resubmit it to cabinet to ensure that this process is in Parliament during this financial year. This is our target. The third one is, how is the budget of the department affected by the COVID-19? It is negatively affected, honorable members, due importantly, that as all would know, the new responsibilities, but most importantly, the weakening of the exchange of the rand has affected most of our work as we transact in foreign currencies abroad. So we anticipate a serious shortfall. The department will make a proposal for additional funding to National Treasury through the special adjustment budget. We don't know whether we will succeed in this one, but as we know that there are other imperatives in the country. A breakdown of the demographics of the employees of the department with a focus on gender and youth. I would like to indicate that the department adheres to the Employment Equity Act, which is aimed at achieving the workplace equity by promoting equal opportunities. And as a result here, we are showing on page 2 the workforce analysis report there, which indicates representativity in the department. We started with SMS, Senior Management Service, indicating that currently the female SMS are at 47%, against the 53% of their male counterparts. When we look at the economically active population, the representation of females is at 37.4%, above the actual EAP of 35%. But going to the table there, we are on page 4, honorable members. I will wait for the scroll to come up. There is a summary there. Yeah, just go, please. Page 2, sorry, page 2. Page 2. There is a table there depicting what I'm saying. Yes, this one. There it shows occupational levels there, top management and senior management. Just to explain what I said earlier there, A stands for African, C for colors, I for Indians, and W for whites. So males and females. Then it shows that that is the split as indicated in the table there. And then for disability, we are not doing well currently at 1.2%, and we are below the 2% target. Should we get funding when we fill new posts, we will have to have a targeted employment to ensure that people with disabilities are preferred to be appointed in the department. For the youth, we are having a table there, down there. If you can scroll it up a little bit. For youth, it is 26% of the total workforce. This is the youth from 20 to 39 years of age, and the majority are at junior management level in the department. Ages 20 to 24 is 1.56%, and 25 to 29 is 27%. 30 to 34 years is 29%, and the majority is between 36 to 39 years, going into the adults there. And then the fifth one, we are talking to the question that also came into the audit action plan about one of the bases for our qualification, where we are talking about the cash with commercial bank, and we are indicating that we had initially wanted to conduct request a special audit by the AG. However, we were not successful, as the AG later declined our request. However, we have continued to perform assessment through our internal mechanisms, and we are working with National Treasury on this to get assurance. And then we were able, among others, to succeed to do reclassification of non-cash transactions relating to 2019 and prior. And then the ones for 2019-20 cash transaction will constitute reportable cash and bank balances in the annual financial statements that we are busy with now. This will address the risk of overstatement of the cash and cash equivalent. So we are ensuring that we get that assurance. For the old balances, we cleared some before lockdown, and work is currently underway, and we believe that we would be able to conclude that before finalization of the financial statements. And the other exercise that was performed is there in C, where the department has performed the 2019-2020 bank and cash, and then including the opening balances. So the following principles are being implemented, valuation of cash and bank accounts, and conversion of foreign cash balances. And then on matters of existence and ownership of cash and bank balances, 100% has been confirmed. This will be confirmed when we finalize the annual financial statements for the year under review. The assessment exercise revealed some inconsistencies that we came to find, especially when it relates to recording of monthly operational funds received by missions not being in line with the modified cash standards, which of course led to over or understatement of balances. And the other thing is the performance of bank reconciliation by submission was indeed not in line with the modified cash standard, which delayed the detecting and recording of possible theft cases. What we would like to inform the Honorable Committee is that based on our audit action plan, these exercises are those that were intended to redress the matters that were the findings of the AG. And the cash management for missions that transact in cash on a daily basis, we found that it was indeed not in line with our procedures. And I must indicate that the finance branch has actually worked out a framework that is assisting to serve as a springboard or an internal control measure to ensure that we base our work on the basis of a predictable instrument. On assets, I must indicate that, as the honorable members will recall, that we did not have a system, and this system was introduced immediately after the conclusion of the previous audit, as far back as in August, which meant there was to be a lot of work of transferring data from the Excel to the system, which took longer, and we have had experienced problems of it's not lockdown, it was load shedding, which affected our systems, and there were delays in doing this work, and it affected some of our server whereby there were delays and some transactions were delayed. But new additions, asset additions and transactions are being captured. We did not rest even during this lockdown. The skeleton staff that we were able to secure was still working on this to prepare the asset register for audit purposes. And then the staff was trained by NetRace for the use and through an online platform, and this was successfully executed. And we believe that, as we have noted, that there are some discrepancies that have been pulled out by the interim audit or the beginning of the final audit, but we believe these are correctable cases that at the end of the day will assist us to get a credible asset register. Our internal audit has conducted the CATS, computer assisted audit techniques, on the fixed asset register, and the results have been fully implemented. All where there were discrepancies, they would be addressed. And then the last CATS was conducted as recent as the 25th of May last week. It is work in progress. On supply chain management, as honorable members will recall, that we have a history of irregular expenditure, and part of the findings was that we did not have a user-friendly, or rather a supply chain management policy with sufficient controls to ensure that we can detect or prevent. We can prevent first and then detect irregularities in case we will check it against what is there. And this policy was implemented from 1 October, and at head office so far it has assisted us to prevent irregular expenditure, but we are still dealing with the historical one. We will be reporting in subsequent meetings what is happening there. And training has been conducted to the users, and we have a compliance checklist to ensure that we stick to the policy in order to ensure that our supply chain management is in line with the applicable prescripts. leasing and property management, and the whole basket of services that are implied in the bill is actually what we do not have. With the new mandate that will be conferred upon by the bill, we will ensure that we get additional resources in terms of skill sets and capacity to ensure that we live up to the expectation. I must indicate that the rest is the breakdown of the personnel and their qualifications, and I believe that it is as clear as it is written on there. I don't have to repeat that in the interest of time. We acknowledge that yes, we may not be having the skills.
Don't be fast.
8 minutes has passed.
Slowly.
Should I go item by item? I realize the 8 minutes is exhausted, Honorable Chair, but
don't be fast when you are scrolling. Slowly.
The scrollers.
Move.
Me.
Move.
Honorable Chair, the breakdown is given on page 5, 6, and up to 7. Then whether we have skills in this in estate management, property valuation, we don't. We will ensure that in anticipation of this responsibility, we will provide for these professionals to be included in our employment mix. And then the last question was on roadmap for monitoring and evaluation of the strategic plan and APP. Indeed, we take note of this, and it was a quite good observation. We will compile a midterm assessment to provide information on the progress of the strategic plan. The arrangement is that, unlike in the previous years, when you have a strategic plan, you can only review it long after. In this case, there is a provision for midterm review and then thereafter to ensure that you factor certain things that might have been occasioned. And COVID-19 is one of the imperatives that will immediately kick in to say we have to adjust. The same will apply to the annual performance plan. I submit, Honorable Chair, and I must indicate that I have my colleagues, the DDGs responsible for various branches, to assist me when the questions come, and I will also I will be there, and our deputy ministers will also guide us as we answer as we respond to the committee. I submit, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee.
Thanks, DG. You want to be guided by your principals when you are responding to the committees. I mean, to the questions. How DG? Honorable Bachman, you have an hour to interact with both presentations of the department. But in that hour, I'm not giving you a blank check, right? I'm not giving you a blank check. And now I have not seen any hands, only Honorable Bachman's hand that is there. So I must, why are you shouting at me now?
Because
no, Chair, our devices are not allowing us. Our devices are not allowing us to raise hands, and we would like to speak.
I agree as well. My device doesn't allow me either.
All of
because
us.
When you have not been here, you've been busy with proposals, hence you won't be busy. So, okay, you are sabotaged by Parliament, not by me. But now my device has everything. So I must get an indication of who wants to speak. You don't unmute your mic, but you raise your hands because I can see you. I'm writing the name.
Chair, I don't have a raising hand button. I don't have a camera button as well.
If your face is not here, you are not going to speak. What if it's a robot that is speaking? Don't you know that fourth industrial revolution has arrived already? What if it's a robot that is speaking, not you? Eh? Don't you know this called cyberbullying? Yay! You don't want to, yeah. Want to put. Okay. Oh, Chetty, are you raising your hand? I can see now. Honorable Mshwe, the whip. Honorable Mulder, I don't see you. Do you want to speak? Go on.
Why umbuza yena?
Because I can't see him on the screen. I'm asking him because I can't see him on the screen. What's your problem? And then, Mamzungu, you are not speaking today. Okay. Then, so I've got 8 hands here. 8 hands, 5 minutes each, and that means we have 40 minutes to interact with both reports so that the department can respond. We don't want written responses anymore, right? Honorable Bachman, you are number 1. Honorable Swart, you are number 2. Honorable Nkosi, number 3. Honorable Msani, number 4. Honorable Chetty, number 5. The whip, number 6. Honorable Mshe, number 7. Honorable Ngola, number 8. So no one will speak now, ne? It's only these ones who have raised their hands. Where is Honorable Muela? He's gone. You see, the nice thing about this thing, you leave it there and then people, they disappear. It's your own find.
I can't disappear, Chairperson. I can't.
Okay, very good.
I'm here.
So, Honorable Bachman, please, I want faces. Honorable Bachman, minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Just to start off and say that you mentioned the UN, and just to say that we want, when the UN becomes political, which it has, you know, we get quite, we want it to become political, some of us, and then when it gets political and we then try to cozy up to the bears, the very same bears that we poke, you know, when then we ask them for assistance, and it, you know, just it's quite weird that at the same time we've got to get to the place where the UN is making a positive contribution, not a political contribution, a positive contribution. And you're seeing it in America at this point in time, you know, with George Floyd as an example, the late George Floyd. You can't have a protest now and say that things are going to change. You know, it's not about a protest. You look at a policeman's behavior, and you try to blame the president. And then you could look 5 years ago and it was a different president, but it was exactly the same behavior it was policemen in the same, it was the same protest taking place 5 years ago, and exactly the same behavior comes 5 years later. And we're still talking about it. But who's talking about China? Who's talking about our friends in China and Hong Kong? And these are the kind of things that when you want to use the UN to come and be your friend for some things and not be your friends for other things, and when it talks about one country and not 140 other countries, we have a slight problem there. So we need to make positive contribution, and we need the UN to make positive contribution. And I see Clayson Clayson Manuel is here today. I do say that I do believe with the DG that we definitely, in this year, South Africa has been more mature in the way it's been voting. I think it has kind of taken away from China and Russia. It's confused China and Russia in how it's voted, because it hasn't been as obvious to them in how they've been voting, which is quite unusual. But my concern that I raised last week, and I raised it again today, and I brought it up with the minister personally, and I think she took it the wrong way, is that the minister comes across, and please, deputy ministers, please give the message to the minister, because I respect the minister very well, but she comes across as misbriefed by the department, because she comes across as saying that the flight schedules are on the website, and then you go to the website, the flight schedules are not there. She comes across as saying that repatriations are paid for by DIRCO, but when you interrogate it, the people are actually paying for their own repatriations. It's not the minister's information, it's the information that she's being given by the very department that is briefing her. So what the problem for me is that I know that the minister is highly intelligent. I know that she doesn't make those mistakes she doesn't make those type of mistakes. It's usually the information that someone tells her, and when you look back at it, someone is giving her that misinformation. Now we've got to ask ourselves why. So when I ask about something like Mozambique, and we ask about the borders of Mozambique, now the DG for me has been a very approachable person. The DG is the kind of person that you pick up the phone and you say to the DG, this is a problem. He's going to try help you. Whether you wear a yellow shirt, a red shirt, a blue shirt, he's going to try help you regardless, because he's that kind of a person. But the problem is now, you're a student and you want to come back to school, and you're trying to cross Namibia, or you're trying to cross Mozambique. You try cross that border now, and you try phone the embassies in Mozambique, and you try phone the embassies in Namibia. They don't know what to do. They don't know who to turn to. There's no leadership helping them to help our citizens to cross the border. Now, both the minister and the DG have both said that it's a constitutional right of our citizens to have consular services. They should be able to attend school. They should be able to have a consular service, the right to cross the border. But our ambassadors don't, or the ambassadors' hands are tied. And the Department of Home Affairs, which is a fair partner in this very partnership, they're not involved in this. They're pointing fingers at DIRCO. Everyone's turning their heads at DIRCO and making like it's DIRCO's problem, and Home Affairs is not doing anything to assist in this very, very same problem. So when it comes to something like terrorism in Mozambique, it's easier to have terrorist organizations probably crossing our porous borders than it would be to have our school children coming into South Africa to go to school. And for me, as I say, we need to find a happy medium where we can work together with our embassies to get our embassies to come across. And Chair, I just wanted to say to you, as I said last time, some of our embassies and our ambassadors, I think the poor people across the stranded South Africans would have got more help talking to the trees than to talk to some of these ambassadors. And I just want to say that if you looked at some of the people, like you looked at the ambassador, the High Commissioner in the UK, you looked at the ambassador in France, Jeff Deutsch, there's some really good ambassadors that really went out of their way to help. The deputy ambassador in Sri Lanka, he helped charter a flight in the Maldives. But then you look at people like Dr. Fisher, you look at Angola, you look at Dubai, and you have to ask yourself, why were things not happening? Why is there a baby? Why is there a baby in Vietnam that still doesn't have a name, that's still not registered? Why can we not register a baby in Vietnam that is born in February and we still can't help? We've written letters. The poor couple have walked in and out the whole time, and we can't help. And in Turkey, a group of artists get arrogantly treated by a member of the embassy, and only when the press find out, all of a sudden the whole tune changes. Now, these are the kind of things that we need.
5 minutes is long gone.
Oh, I'm looking at the clock. It just says 1 more minute. I just wanted to say quickly, Chair, just that Two more things is that the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Transport have been hampering the services of what DIRCO can offer in repatriation. We need to speak to the Department of Home Affairs and Transport to come to the party to help us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bachman. Honorable Swartz.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to thank the department for the honest response to my questions of the previous meeting held on the 21st of May 2020. Similarly, I would like to appreciate the fact that the department has acknowledged that all the staff members in the property management unit do not have the relevant qualifications in the built environment. However, they do have skills and qualifications in other areas, and for that matter, most of them have master's degree in law. They've got diplomas in events management, but none in the built environment. However, the department has undertaken to do something in their APP, which is on page 82, which they do not have the skills for, which they have budgeted for. Therefore, the department is running a function which it's not qualified to do. Moreover, in their response, they are saying that they've commenced with a strategy, Chair. How does the department commence with a strategy without skills and which they are not qualified for? What are they saying when they say they have commenced? Does it mean that they have a PMU? They have a property strategy? They know how they are going to implement these projects? And they need to have a property management footprint, Chair, not in writing, as they are always presenting to us lists of properties and no implementation. The PMU will assist them, Chair, in implementing the bare minimums to get the groundwork started on the property management strategy. Next year, this department will be giving us the same report, as Public Works is not assisting us, as in 24 years, the Pan-African Parliament has not been built. Similarly, Public Works is not able to assist us in this instance, even with their internal skilled personnel in the built environment, because in return, DIRCO is unable to monitor Public Works implementation on their behalf because they do not have the qualifications to do so. Chair, you and the committee will recall that when we did an oversight at the department last year, one of the flaws we picked up was that the project management unity function falls under the finance unit. This, Chair, is an abnormality. Hence, the president decided to take infrastructure function from finance to Public Works to create a new DPWI. However, Chair, we hope that the department will, in its structure review, separate these two functions because they do not belong together. No wonder when the department realizes it has a shortfall in its targets, it targets capital works to maintain its cash flow. And this can only be done by an accountant. How do you report to an accountant while you are dealing with property management? GG, the root cause of your problems is this misalignment. With the history you have on the CIO position, it means it will probably take you another 3 years to employ skilled and qualified staff in the property management unit. Lastly, can the department include timeframes when they revise the APP targets for this financial year in respect of property management and infrastructure through the MTEF for the next 3 years? In conclusion, Chair, I'm suggesting that the committee undertakes an oversight visit to Namibia first, then Angola, so that we do not encounter New York surprises. DG, the department must stop renting property. Instead, you must renovate. You must get your own buildings, then dispose what you do not need. DG, you need to have PMU at the end of August 2020.
Honorable, 5 minutes gone. Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm timing myself. Chair, I think
timer here. I don't want. Don't be a self-imposed timer. Your minute is gone.
Yeah, Chair, I think the input by the DJ is welcomed. Let's say on multilateralism that international affairs by its very nature is political. So you can't want to separate the political from what happens and reduce it just to administrative things. And the reason why you have multilateralism is to prevent other countries from acting unilaterally in matters that are a common good or commonwealth of all nations. This is a matter that we must debate in the committee because at times there's some confusion regarding the multilateral nature of the work that we do. With that as it may, Chair, I think as far as repatriation is concerned, the department must stick to what it is doing currently to assist destitute, distressed, and stranded people, and avoid straddling this with people who have emigrated, people who have sought permanent residence in other countries, who, because of the changing economic situations in those countries, then want to be categorized within these categories. People who have left the country to live in other states, they must stay there and deal with the laws of those countries and not burden us with people that we have categorized as in dire need of repatriation in the current conditions. As far as the sword training is concerned, we have said in the past, Chair, we need a roadmap. This thing that there is a discussion between our minister and the Minister of Public Works, it doesn't wash anymore. We need a roadmap. Once you have identified the land, what are you going to do to ensure administrative compliance, land acquisition, surveying the land, a roadmap on planning the models of delivery of that African Parliament, whether you're going to follow triple PP, etc. The same with SADPA, that we need a roadmap now. The bill is there, in process. What the department must provide us with is a concrete roadmap of what is going to be done as soon as the bill is passed, so that we don't revisit that point when that happens. There also has to be an address on the transitory arrangements between the ARF, and SADPA. We need a breakdown of the 433 million. What does it consist of? Is it capital or working capital expenditure? So the DG should provide us with that. You have got the 255 senior management cohort. Can you have a breakdown of this? How many are in the country and supporting the corporate affairs, the back office of the department, and how many are stationed outside, and what their specific responsibilities are? And I'm not happy that in your senior managers, you only have Africans, and largely male. It's not reflective of our demographics. On the 182 million, you say 62 million of that has been cleared. What does cleared mean? Does it mean regularized through the proper channels of going through Treasury and doing the same? On SCM, I still note that you are not staffing SCM with professional supply chain people. You need those. You can't just provide internal training for retainees and say that is professionally trained people. On property management, Chair, I think the Foreign Services Bill implementation team is good as it's constituted, but as you can realize, it is heavily senior management laden with no technical support. So give us a breakdown of the possible or actual work streams that are going to support and inform this technical committee on the nature of its work and what it has to do, Chair. Chair, I think I'm within my 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I've timed myself, by the way. It's now 5 exactly.
Unmute yourself, Chairperson.
Hey, Chair, so nice to see you can talk now.
Unmute your mask.
Away, Chair. Hey.
Choice, eh? So, Honorable Msane, I'm hoping that you are going to stick to your 5 minutes. I'm sure that book of yours is full of questions today. So,
You can only hope, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair. I see the DG didn't cover how does DIRCO plan to oversee the elections that are currently happening in the continent amidst this COVID-19, with the latest one, which is going to be highly contested, is Malawi. So how does DIRCO plan to oversee those elections? And then what plans does the AU have to strengthen its regional value chains, especially by increasing the manufacturing in their regions? Because as we all know, dependency in the continent is not going to be sustainable. And then apart from the ceasefire that was called by the UN, has the AU done anything with regards to the killing of our people by military forces within their countries who are implementing lockdown? As we may also know, there is a current case here in South Africa of Mr. Collins Cause. What is the AU doing to make sure that military forces do not abuse their people in their countries? And then, Chairperson, is there a plan, DG, to revise the Agenda 2063? As you may know, there was a Pan-African passport that was launched on the 17th of July in 2016, which was meant to be rolled out in 2020. How far is that process, and how is it affected now with the COVID-19? And then with regards to repatriations, what happens should a student, for example, in Cuba, pass away? Will they be repatriated, the body be repatriated by our government? And then, Chairperson, with regards to the responses of the department, there's a shortfall of 433 million. Which programs are affected, and what happens to programs that have been cancelled? Isn't there going to be a surplus of cash which can be used? And then with regards to the supply chain, we are told that there is a new system that has happened and training has been conducted, and it's under implementation stage, which has commenced, but implementation stage in this department, Chairperson, is known that it can take a decade or 2 decades. So when can we see this implementation stage, the program being implemented? And then with regards to the property management, I want to concur with Honorable Swartz. This department does not have the capacity, and it made a note that where they lack capacity, they will go and hire a contract or have contract appointments. Will this not lead to more corruption in this department and more of New York projects? And DG, you have the FSB, which is the Foreign Service Bill Implementation Team. But I see that your team does not include anyone from finance. And currently there's a budget of 971 million on leases. Shouldn't this FSB implementation team include someone from finance? And I see the way the DG rushed through the CVs because, Chairperson, I wish for us to reject those CVs that we were given in this committee, because if you read through them, they are all copy and paste. Maybe it's the first or 2 qualifications that are different, but the rest, it's copy and paste. So I don't know, how are we supposed to trust that things will be done the way we hope to be done with our people's money. And then, Chairperson, with regards to PAP, even the WHO has given a prediction that this virus may be around us for a lifetime or 18 months. But the department is just saying that the sword turning will not be possible in October. But we are not given any other ways of what will happen then from now and when can we get the sword turning of PAP? Because there's a lot of money that is being wasted, Chairperson, if we do not house PAP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable members, just a caution, you are live on 408. Ne? So I'm warning you. So please behave. Whilst you are comfortably at your homes, just note that South Africans are watching you. Honorable Chetty, welcome back from the wilderness.
Yeah, thank you,
Honorable.
Chair. Yeah, Chair, firstly, let me just place on record as well our gratitude to the DG for his assistance during our calls when the repatriation was taking place in its initial stage. I have to say so that he was available when we had to make calls to him, and I would be amiss of me not to have mentioned that. Secondly, Chairperson, I think my colleague also raised issues about the performance of ambassadors. I think the ambassador of Brazil caused us much embarrassment because on 3 different days, he sent out 3 different messages to people who were looking to be repatriated to South Africa. The first day, his statement went out telling them that as long as they had the return ticket to South Africa, they would be able to be repatriated. The second day, he goes out and he sends a message to tell them that it is okay, after the president's speech, you'll be repatriated on humanitarian grounds, you don't need to have a ticket. And then the next day, he turns around and say, unfortunately, irrespective of whether you have a ticket or not, you now will have to purchase a ticket at $500. And I think, Chairperson, that is something that we need to definitely look at because it didn't put us as DIRCO in very good light. Furthermore, Chairperson, the issue around Home Affairs and the fact that, let's just say for the want of a better word, everybody knows that public works doesn't work. When we needed the most, they were responsible for securing and procuring quarantine sites for those repatriates who arrive in the country. And we all know what had happened. The embarrassment when we had people on the runway in Johannesburg for 5 hours because that department had failed to secure that. The other issue, Chairperson, is, and I'm going to say this to the members before me who spoke about SETPA as well as the short telling for PAP. This department and government has now found a perfect excuse. We told you before, Chairperson, in the committee that it was not going to happen. They now have the perfect excuse to say COVID-19. Everything is now going to fall on COVID-19, and due to COVID-19, all of those deadlines are not going to be met. Chairperson, the other issue around the borders, again, with the Department of Home Affairs. People from Malawi were wanting to come through legally, legitimately, having applied to get into the country. And again, we made it more difficult for them to come through the borders legally, yet there are people who can just cross our borders illegally and attack our borders. We had an issue now, Chairperson, where we were presented about the status of the qualification of certain officials. If you thought that the consular officers and the rental in New York was something to scream about, watch the space, Chairperson. Very soon I'm going to be presenting you and the committee with the rentals for accommodation for our senior members. And that is where you're going to see just how much of money we are losing through missions and embassies. And that's why this department, through the Aegis report, will always have an adverse finding. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Chetty, thank you so much. Honorable Panza.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to the colleagues. Chair, I want to start my input by saying I can't read. And we can't keep quiet, Chair, and ignore what is in the US currently. And I think as a committee, we must express our condolences to the family of George Floyd and all passed on because of what transpired. Lives of people are very, as the precious gift that God gave us, all of us, and no one has got the right to take another person's life at will. Chair, welcome your input. It was very inspiring, well thought of presentation, and I will support the suggestion of DG that we also get your opening remarks presentation for us to use it as a guide in dealing with this issue. But your committee secretary is very progressive as well. Send it to us. It's safe to say, Chair, that we should not allow US bullying tactics of holding the whole world at ransom by withholding the funds of the World Health Organization. And then, Chair, what the US has done, it must be condemned with all the contempt it deserves. And it must always be challenged. And we want to call upon our president as a chair of AU to mobilize as many African countries in our continent to demand that pay its dues to the World Health Organization without fake. Chair, if there's tensions between China and the US, but you cannot correct the wrong by doing another wrong. China is not withholding any money from the World Health Organization. So America must come back and pay the money that belongs to the world. It's not the American, it's the money that helps the whole world. So they must practice what they are preaching. Chair, I also want to propose that at least once a month we get this update in the committee that is giving us an update of what is the responses of our department on the COVID-19 and the impact it has on our budget. So, Chair, also I just want to conclude by saying the DG, when he's doing his presentation, he said it's a summarized version, but to me it's very detailed. It's not a summarized, so we get a subversion, a summarized presentation from the DG, and in a very simplified and manner, because it's very good, but it was very much detailed and very long. So that would be my take before the committee. Thanks.
Honorable Mshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I want to associate myself with what Honorable Mpanza said. I think it would be a good idea for the committee to send a message of condolences to the family of destroyed, because what happened to that young man is definitely unacceptable. The way he was killed, when he was crying for help, when he was saying he does not have breath, it was cruelty to the extreme, particularly to see other policemen just standing there watching and doing nothing. And the police obviously needs also to be reminded, including ours at home, when many times we see how they treat people during lockdown, that police are not there to treat people with the cruelty that we have seen. There has to be a heart of compassion even when they're enforcing the law, particularly when there is no resistance from the one that is being arrested. On what was presented, obviously we want to thank the DG for a presentation that was very clear and understandable. My first question regarding what he said is about countries that have a mandatory law acquiring those traveling abroad to register. I would like to know why South Africa, it does not have such a law if there are advantages. There must be a good reason why we don't have such a law. When we have situations such as are facing now, obviously it becomes easy to track those South Africans that require assistance. So my question is there any consideration to register? What are the advantages of registering and what are the disadvantages? Obviously, there must be a good reason why South Africa does not have such a law, if we could be given a reason. Regarding repatriation of people, of South Africans that are abroad, I'm sure there are two categories of such people abroad. Those that are working there, those that maybe chose to leave the country and take up residence abroad. Now, when things are like this, they don't have jobs, the best thing is to go back home. So all the people, the more than 10,000 South Africans that the DG spoke about that are abroad, who want to come back home, does the DG know or have an idea how many were there as permanent residents, on permanent resident status, and how many were students that want to come back home and are trapped there? Or and linked to that, I want to know what criteria is used to determine who is paid for by DIRCO if they want to come back home, compared to those who have to pay for themselves, because we have histories about those who have been paid for and those who are paying for themselves. So who determines who must pay for themselves and who must be paid for by DIRCO, and what criteria is used to come to that determination? And what happens when it comes to the ears of DIRCO, that we have South African citizens who have run out of money, they are trapped the other side, and maybe they're unable to pay rent. Do we have an idea of all the South Africans that we have abroad, whether they all have a roof over their heads, or do we have some of them who are in the streets? I just need clarity to that, and what is being done to help those that cannot afford a roof over their head. The last one, the DG spoke about us having the nation having 3 state launches in Johannesburg, Cape Town, and KZN. Now, for months when, because of lockdown, there were no flights, were they required to be home, or were they still going to work in those state lounges? And what were they doing if there were no flights, international flights coming in and going out? What were they doing? Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Next, in that order. In that order.
No, Msana, we can't allow you to take over.
Scholar, I said in that order. Who's next after Honorable Mushe?
No, we just don't recognize the chair. Sequela?
What happened to the chair?
But who's speaking next, comrades?
Nora, can you proceed in the absence of the chair?
Thank you very much.
She's okay.
Thank you very much, Whip. We would not have allowed Msane to just launch that coup.
We don't speak to robots.
My device does not have a camera option. A lot has been said, and I won't waste the time of this committee to repeat what has already been said. But I think in addition to what a number of honorable members have said with regard to the repatriation issue, Honorable Msane has made an example of a person in Cuba. DG, there is currently an issue of a medical student who hails from Tofimvaba in the Eastern Cape by the name of Sibusiso Kongo, who was sent by the Department of Health for medical studies in Cuba. He has in the past 2 months passed away. There are issues and complications around the repatriation of his body from Cuba to South Africa for his burial at home. I would like to check what then becomes the role of the department in terms of assisting that particular issue. Are you aware of it? And what are you doing to ensure that Sibusiso Kongo is repatriated back home? The last one, Chair, is in relation with the 26% of youth in the workforce of the department. When are you moving fast to 40%, from 26% to 40%? Have you been able in the budget process to budget for a fully blown 40% youth workforce? Thank you very much.
Who is the next? Can you
Chairperson,
over the podium?
I requested to speak, but I'm not sure if I should proceed without the chairperson.
Yes, Dr. Mulder. Proceed, Dr. Mulder.
Thank you very much, then, sir.
Sorry, who's talking now?
Is the chair, but the hairline is still very bad.
Yeah. Okay, the chair is back now.
What is the faceless one?
Chair. Chair. Can you hear us? Chair, your line is still very, very, very bad. But in the meantime, when you got cut, Chairperson?
It's not loud.
Sorry, Whoop, I can see there's a problem with the chair. Maybe you should take over in the meantime.
Yes, I think so.
Seconded. But can also the whip unmute himself?
Chair, in your absence, while we were still having problems with the line, we have proceeded. And we have allowed Dr. Mulder to take the call and speak. And then maybe your line will be okay by then you'll take over again. Dr. Mulder, I think
Yes,
you should proceed.
Thank you, Committee Whip. Now, colleagues, I would like to thank the DG for the feedback that he gave to us. Our task is to do oversight over the department, and I think that's what we've done.
Can you hear me now?
Very well now.
Yes, Chair, we can hear you clearly now. Sorry, Chair, your mic seems to be distorted.
Check. Chair, can we suggest that we allow Dr. Mulder about he was already on the platform here.
You very well, but you can't hear me. I said honorable and
Honorable Mbanza, can you hear me? Honorable Mbanza, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, the chair is requesting you to. The chairperson is requesting you to continue with the meeting.
Yeah, we have already done. We are doing that exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Where is Dr. Mulder now? Dr. Mulder, are still with us? You are also lost.
And that was the last one, Committee Whip. If Dr. Mulder is not there, with your permission.
Okay, carry on, Honorable Mulder.
You can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay,
Chair.
Honorable. After Honorable Mulder,
Squela.
I'm talking to the chair on the other line.
Okay, sure, please. I think with Honorable Muela must just continue. I'm worried about time.
Thank you. I agree. Honorable Whip, Honorable Whip of the committee, with your permission, I'm proceeding.
Yes, do member.
Thank you, Chair. DG, thank you very much for the presentation to the committee. We welcome the presentations, DG. On number of issues, I think my colleagues, honorable members, covered me on a number of issues, especially on the repatriation of South African nationals who are abroad and so on. Now, on that note, DG, one matter that I think it's important, I wanted to raise to the committee or to the department is that you spoke about 3,809, those who are stranded, South Africans that are stranded, probably outside the country, who are abroad. Now, that number and those that are stranded, what are their challenges? Because they differ. Some probably, if you can clarify to us, whether we've got students there, whether we've got those who decided to visit other countries, work-related, and then so that we can be able to know exactly as to whether what are their challenges in those countries. On the issue of Pan-Africanist Parliament, DG, I think the issue of the land, the last time in our last meeting, we indicated that you have got challenges as a department. Now, I just want to check with the department because you are indicating that discussions are proceeding between DIRCO, Department of Public Works, and so on. How far are we, or how do you think, how long will it take for us to be able to implement this program, especially the sword turning matter? If probably we can have an understanding on that one. On the other matter, DG, I won't dwell much on the issue of SADPA in terms of way forward and so on. I think Honorable Inkosi covered me very much and very well on that matter. I'm not comfortable, DG, regarding the gender representation at your department, especially the issue of women. You can see, DG, wherever you are, that women are not represented fairly, especially on those top management. Let's correct that. Let's look into that and let's correct that. I don't know how, but it must be corrected because our country, South Africa, it's a country that values the contribution of women. So please, it must be corrected. Another matter, the issue of persons with disabilities. At 1.2%, DG, it's disappointing. I think that one must also be corrected. It can be correct. On the issue of youth, I'm highly disappointed, DG, on that one. You see, even in your response, you are saying junior management level. You have got very few, and they're at a junior management level. No, it can't be. The future is young, DG. You can even see within your department, those who are in top management, some are very old, very old. They can't even speak very well. And when they walk, you can see that they're struggling. Now, please, DG, can that matter also be corrected? 40% of young people must occupy those positions. Top management, senior management, middle management, not junior management. That must be corrected, CG. I think that was my contribution before I sanitized the whole committee with a lot of issues. Honorable Chief Whip or Whip of the committee. I submarine. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Muela. You were the last honorable member to speak on the two inputs of the chairperson and also the DG. DG, we've got challenges with time. We're supposed to be finishing at 9. And I don't know, we've got only 5 minutes left or 6 minutes. Can you just maybe in 10 minutes time try to respond to the members? Is the chair back now?
Honorable Mbanza, if I may, our time has been extended by an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes, Chair.
Thank you very much.
But, okay, but we cannot allow the DG to speak for an hour by responding. DG, can we give you maybe the maximum of 30 minutes to respond to what members have put forward before you? Over to you, DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will request that the committee's indulgence to allow my colleagues to take some specific questions, and I'll take the rest. And I'll start off with CFO on finance-related questions, if the indulgence is sustained.
Good evening, honorable members, and thank you, DG, for the opportunity. Yes, I'll start with the finance. Honorable members, indeed, COVID-19 requires to do things into the new normal. And one of the issues is that as a department, our spending is in foreign currency in support of our missions. And one of the areas of expenditure, which is our compensation of employees, as well as the accommodation leases, they are all in foreign currencies. And as the COVID-19 outbreak, that also affected the financial markets. One of the budget that we agreed in terms of the rate with Treasury, if we give an example for the US dollar, was 15 Rand 20. So currently we're on the margins of between 18 Rand to 19 Rand to $1. So which means that for each and every dollar that we spend, we require additional 3 Rand to 4 Rand per each transaction, which means that with the current allocation, we will not be in a position to then meet all the obligation that we have set ourselves in our APP. So that is the risk that we alluded. The 433 represent that. We do have the breakdown in terms of the area as per the budget. So one of the discussion that we're having with National Treasury is for the department to contribute to the fund in terms of the response strategy, in terms of the earmark 130 billion that the national department, as well as other spheres of government, should then contribute towards the recovery plan. So in terms of the process, we don't have avenue indeed to then contribute in that fund in terms of what has been earmarked. because currently we already exceeded our compensation of employee ceiling, which is more than 300 million that we are currently spending. And there are contractual obligation that we need to meet. And at the end of the day, it means the operational budget will then need to be reviewed. Even though they slow down in terms of spending, in terms of the traveling. So we are in the process of review. We are engaging with Treasury and also to see how best we can able to achieve more with less. But it's a challenge that we still need to then find a way in terms of that. Then the part that we presented, DG, in terms of the findings that we raised by AG in the 18-19 financial year, which we developed an action plan, we indicated in terms of the cash and cash equivalent, when we use the word clearing of the 62 million, this was basically going back to our records and retrieve documentation that worth 62 million in terms of the posting, that the posting was not done correctly, and basically there was no any movement of cash, was basically the accounting part that we have identified, and this is the work that we continue to perform, and we are assisted by National Treasury in terms of the quality assurance. When we receive the documentation, we then prepare the work, but we then request the Treasury to then provide an assurance on the work that we have done. Indeed, Chair, in terms of the supply chain, we have not moved much in terms of capacitating the supply chain with the practitioners that are trained in that field. One of the challenges, as we indicated since last year, that we have already exceeded our expenditure ceiling on the compensation of employees, which now the department is not in a position to fill critical posts that are required. So this is an ongoing discussion that we are having with the National Treasury in assisting us to then balance between the cost to company in terms of the compensation of employees, as well as looking at business continuity, which now the youth and the women and people with disability comes in terms of the strategy that we want to then prepare in terms of the implementation. So that is the part that we are looking at in terms of the property. If I can then move to the rental cost, indeed, the rental cost is one of the concern issues that we've raised. But I think the issue that we've been working on in terms of the norms and standards that we have set in the past when we still had money, they are a bit high, which is the process that we are now in a reviewing stage so that we can be able to afford the accommodation that will talk to the diminishing budget. So that is the part that we are also looking at in terms of the budget. If I move to the repatriation, DG, the repatriation has been one of the difficult projects that we have never done before. And when we started, it was basically trial and error to say how do we then assist South Africans that were indeed destitute, stranded, and not having the facility. And in the process, we managed to then receive assistance from SASOL that they gave the department through the minister a donation of 1 million jet fuel so that we can then able to partner with SAA and able to reduce the cost of chartering the flight. And one of the issues which indeed caused confusion in the beginning was to say, if we are now piggybacking from the Brazilian when they charter the flight, and which was basically fully paid as a charter, but there are additional costs that need to be carried in terms of the return leg. Because in terms of the air space or aviation, you need to then get permission whether you are coming with passengers. And when the flight landed in Brazil, Sao Paulo, it was a positioning flight, which means that there was no any expectation that it will come back with passengers. And in that process, we then look at in terms of the structure that was set up, which consists of the DPE, the Department of Public Enterprises, where SAA as an entity reports, and the chairperson as well as the business rescue practitioners participated in the meeting in terms of the governance structure. So the levy in terms of repatriation fare was levied, which was then deposited to the SAA repatriation fund, not part of the operations of the SAA in a commercial bank account, so that we can then have a proper accountability of all the money that were deposited by South African citizens that were repatriated from all places that they were in. So in terms of the scheduling of the flight, it's been very difficult because one of the criteria that we had to meet with the SA was commercial viability, to say we'll be able to afford to then repatriate as many people as we can. So that is the part that we have done in terms of the repatriation. And currently, we've then received an approval for a minimum amount of around about 47 million that we want to then, in terms of the budget, we've made submission to the Director General, National Treasury, to consider apportioning that money for the repatriation purpose, because it was not part of our program. So the request was mainly based on the reduced travel, that now meetings are taking place through virtual, so which means that it reduce the cost of travel, and we then able to then look at that particular area. And indeed, the criteria that was used, we then look at the three issues that people must be destitute, stranded, and not able to afford. So there was no any passenger that was repatriated free of charge. All passengers, even the ones that were unable to afford, they've signed a loan agreement that they honor on how that process should then be repaid. So the ambassadors in our missions, they make recommendation to head office, which is the committee within the ICC, which I serve as a CFO in that committee, in terms of managing and also to apply governance in terms of the process, that at the end of the day, there should be a proper accountability for all money that were received, as well as the people who were destitute in terms of not able to afford at that particular point in time. So there was no additional people who were repatriated free of charge in terms of that. There's a commitment that they've made in terms of the process. DG, if you allow, I can look at the property and facility management. Indeed, DG, we don't, in our operation, there was no any dedicated PMU within the department in terms of managing this work. So this project that we have done in the past, like Lilongwe and Dar es Salaam, all these projects, we were working in partnership with the Public Works Department. So that is where we used to source the expertise in terms of the professionals. So I think did you welcome, with your permission, that we will then need to look at a specialized services in terms of this area, which I think we can able to look in as part of the structure that DG is leading in terms of how we review that. Thank you very much, DG and honorable members.
Request Ambassador Ngozi from Global Governance. Ambassador Ngozi. Ambassador Ngozi, not Honorable Ngozi. Yes.
Yes. Thanks very much. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I must admit I did not hear some of the questions. So pardon me if I do not respond to all the questions falling under my portfolio. But let me respond to the ones that I could hear. On the question of Malawi and elections, I just want to bring to the attention of the honorable members the fact that election observation is conducted on the invitation of a country planning to hold elections. And African countries, as a matter of practice, invite both the AU and SADC, and not individual member states, to constitute election observer missions and observe elections in their countries. In SADC, the chair of the organ normally constitutes the election observation mission. South African members of the SADC observation missions are funded through the African Renaissance Fund, and there is an allocation for this specific responsibility, which is aligned to our overall foreign policy objective of promoting democracy and good governance on the African continent. With respect to the question of the African Union passport, as you are aware, the AU Assembly adopted the protocol on the free movement of persons, rights of residence and rights of establishment, as well as its implementation and roadmap. We fully support the vision of an Africa where its citizens can move more freely across national borders, encouraging intra-Africa trade, integration, and development on the African continent. But also we support a phased approach during the negotiations proposed, which will include preconditions or enablers that must be met before the protocol can be implemented. This view is shared by SADC and a number of other AU member states. The list of enablers include, for example, the existence of peace, security, and stability, including the silencing of the guns, effective civil registration systems, reliable movement control systems, machine-readable passport compliant to international standards, and so forth and so forth. So we believe that it's important that all these enablers should be met, they should be put in place before we can proceed with the overall project of the free movement of persons. We will continue to advance the objective of the free movement of people on the continent in a sustainable and phased approach, ensuring that the necessary milestones are in place at every stage of the process. With regards to the question on Agenda 2063, we certainly will have to review Agenda 2063 due to the impact of COVID-19, which has significantly reversed the impressive progress the continent was making in terms of development and integration. This menace has caused a major devastation in terms of the public health system on the continent, but also it has created a serious challenge in terms of the socio-economic development of African countries. In this regard, we believe that COVID-19 will also inevitably dictate the review of country development plans. For example, our own Agenda 2030, the NDP. It will also inevitably determine that we review the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. So its impact is felt across the board at state level, at regional level, at continental level, and at global level. From an African perspective, we hope that we'll be able to discuss and agree on a way forward in this regard at the Assembly of Heads of States and Government in February 2021. On the question of the PAP, as the minister had reported at the last meeting, she will be taking up this issue with her cabinet colleague, Minister Dilil. The two ministers will discuss and they will determine a way forward, after which we will then come back and duly inform the esteemed committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Nkosi. Ambassador Losi is the Chief of State Protocol. We'll cover the state protocol launches and other related matters on consular. Ambassador Losi? She seems not to be there.
I'm here,
Thank you.
DG.
Please proceed.
Thank you, DG. I'm here, DG.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you.
I'm sharing my meeting now.
Sorry.
Chair, I thought I was on the floor and I sought indulgence so that colleagues can bring their angles from their relevant areas to save time.
Through the chair of the meeting.
Oh,
I'm
through
back.
the chair, of course.
Yeah.
Ambassador Losi, please through the chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. On consular services, maybe to respond to a few questions. One of the questions was, what were our ambassadors doing abroad during this crisis? I would like to bring to the attention of the members that the core business.
Sorry, Honorable, sorry, Ambassador Losi. We want to see face because this thing is broadcast, it's live broadcast. So the team wants to see the faces of the officials that are responding to the questions, not only the DG that is here to respond, and there's also officials. So we must see your faces. I said earlier on that faces must be seen so that we are able to know who's speaking now. And these meetings are official meetings of Parliament, the same way we would have been looking at each other if it was not for COVID-19. We must see you on national television. Ne?
Thank you.
So please,
Thank you.
all these people that are here, we want to see your faces. Thank you.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
Chairperson. Thank you.
Can I continue?
Please continue.
Thank you very much. One of the questions posed by the honorable member was that what were our ambassadors doing abroad? And I would like to say that our ambassadors were always on the forefront of this crisis, offering consular services to distressed citizens abroad. And most of these distressed citizens abroad had lost their jobs. Some had no accommodation. Some were abroad on holiday, and when the lockdown came, they couldn't come back home. And our embassies and our high commissions were at the forefront and assisted. One of the things that our embassies did was there would never be any South African returning to South Africa without having been registered in our embassies. Reason being that we ought through the CICC, the command center, we had to receive the names, and those names were to be verified at the net joins so that at no given time we were to repatriate persons who were not South Africans. So our embassies were highly, highly involved. And our CFO responded to the question where it was assumed that there were other South Africans who were paid for and some were expected to pay. That he covered it very well. On the Cuba question, honorable members, we had an unfortunate situation when the student passed on. There was lockdown all over the world, and Cuba was no exception. And there were no flights that were going to Cuba and coming out of Cuba. The department tried all it could to assist with the repatriation of the student. At some point, we tried repatriating the students through France, but there was no flight from France coming back to South Africa. We are seized with this matter. We are negotiating. We've heard now that there may be a flight, an SAA flight. We have not confirmed this, that may go to Cuba. We had informed the Premier in the Eastern Cape. We have requested our DG to be in negotiation with the Department of Defense, but this is not confirmed, so we do not want to raise hopes. We would have long brought back the student, as we did with the student that passed away in Russia last month. We repatriated the student because there were flights that were connecting there. So we managed to bring back the student back home to be buried in KZN. There was another question that came about as a result of the presentation by our DG regarding our state protocol lounges that we have in Cape Town, in KZN, and at OR Tambo. The question was, what are those colleagues doing if there are no flights coming in? Of course, we're in lockdown from level 5 up to now 3, and officials were at home. However, the managers, especially in Cape Town and at OR Tambo International Airport, were working. You would have seen in the news on TV that we have repatriated more than 5,000 South Africans. And those managers who are based in Cape Town and at OR Tambo were busy working together with AXA, all the teams, the police, the defense force, and so forth. Thank you very much, honorable members.
DG,
yes, Honorable Chair.
You have not responded with your team.
I'm not sure if there is another. Let me come in now. If there is another colleague, he will come in. Honorable members, most of the questions have been asked. I'll just emphasize the point that we take note of the comments of the and recommendations of the Honorable Committee about especially the equity related matters in the department, as we will take that as a very important priority going forward. As we reorganize ourselves, we will be mindful of the fact that indeed we are an aged employer, but we will find ways going forward. The same will go to the question that related to the time frames. We will put time frames to all the matters that we will be reviewing on the APP to enable the committee to track progress on what we undertook to do. The bill process on SATPA, as we indicated, we will have a roadmap, and the simplest way to say it is that, for example, the dormant partnership fund bill that was referred from cabinet, we will be looked at and proper submissions made through the minister to look at all the internal processes with a view to resubmitting the bill, because we believe the sticky matter on what was delaying the bill as a result of concurrence between National Treasury and DIRCO has been resolved, and therefore this should enable us to on the basis of a roadmap, to indicate when we can finalize the internal processes and when we can resubmit the bill for consideration so that it can find its way to the lawmakers, which is this honorable committee. There was a question relating to the number of SMS, 255, that was the number taken from there. It should be noted that our heads of mission at our 126 missions are appointed at SMS level. This number is the number of head office SMS members together with those SMS members who are appointed as head of missions at our missions abroad. The other one, well, there was a reference, we did hint that the matter of which COVID-19 has really made it necessary that in future, now that we are aware that there are unforeseen circumstances such as what the current COVID-19 has done, we may have as a country have a policy or in whatever form that should enable our citizens to actually consult with the department and especially our missions. We are represented only in about 124 countries, or even less, because some of the missions we mentioned could be more than one missions in the country, so that we can have a proper way in which we will be able to offer the necessary consular assistance should circumstances arise. It could be at the level of legislation, or even as a policy that could be developed, of course, arising from this experience. We are only officials. We can propose, and we believe through the normal and other consultation processes, we can look at the best modality, because we do not want to find ourselves in the situation in which we are. The other matter that perhaps was not responded to by the colleagues could be the one about, okay, this one was covered. I think we have covered, yes, the reference to youth unemployment. I've already touched on that particular response. We are very aware of this matter, that it is a challenge for us, and we are only constrained by the fact that currently we are not able to employ because of the current ceiling on the compensation of employees. But there are mechanisms that our HR will relook at the HR plan of the department to project us into the future, to ensure that at some point we are able to revive the process of recruitment in the manner that it will be targeted to address the deficiencies that have been identified. I want to thank the Honorable Committee. I believe we have covered the questions, and then if the Honorable Committee will point us to what we may have skipped, we will be able to address that. We are mindful of the time that was allocated. We thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you very much, DG. You know, the problem with the virtual meetings, people just disappears without indicating that they are no longer in the meeting or they leaving. It's a new normal for really. Now, honorable members, I think we must not be insensitive when we discuss the issues which are happening throughout the world today around the issue of the COVID, and we must support the Black Lives Matter, which is a campaign that is run throughout the world, and we must not be insensitive when we allude on interrogate the presentations here, and be insensitive because we want to defend our masters or our allies in the planet, because that thing it is not going to assist us. I support the suggestion that says that as the Portfolio Committee on International Relations in Parliament, we must be able to send a message of solidarity and condolences to the family of Floyd, who died in the hands of the law enforcement agents of of that particular country. And I want to reiterate what I wrote in my article few weeks ago. You perhaps you can go and Google it. You can say that probably we are pro-China and anti-whatever. The reality of the matter is that some people throughout the globe have tried to use this COVID-19 to advance their own political interests. It's there. And the US President Trump has turned this pandemic into some kind of a competition, you know. When he responds to questions which journalists are asking him, like for instance, when he was asked, why is he turning this COVID-19 into some kind of a competition? Because people have noted his stand. He responded that that question should be asked from China. And that question it has not assisted us generally in this planet. And it was not for the first time that the US president has accused China for worldwide pandemic, and by all accounts, it won't be the last, right? So using this this moment ahead of his presidential elections, which are set for November, I don't think that it will yield any results for him, especially with what is happening now in America. And what he wrote on Twitter on the passing of Floyd, it won't yield any support for him. And we will forever cherish China and its ability to assist and contribute, even assist the enemy itself. During a recession, America was assisted by China. It's a fact. It's there. Go and Google it if you don't have it. We are not going to be involved in some kind of a big brothers of the world, wars and trade wars, but we have a responsibility to send a message of truth to the world as this revolutionary country. And if that message doesn't fit you, you have a right to echo whatever that you want to echo. But we are going to speak the truth, and that the capitalist system has been shaken to its very exploitative foundations, and the US so beholden to the socio-economic industrial complexes driven by rampant consumerism. It has crumbled. It's seen by the whole world, and we are going to speak. And multilateralism in its form, it's driven by politicians. It cannot be that you are going to treat it as if we are in some kind of a church of major one, and we must pray and close our eyes. When we open our eyes, we'll see a dish full of money, you know, because those charismatic churches, they bring nothing to our people. I'm making an example with such churches. So we are politicians here in Parliament, including the Reverend Mushwe, as much as he's representing a Christian religion, but here he is in an environment of politicians, so he can't be apolitical. So it can never be correct that we are politicizing the UN Security Council as something which, in my view, is so fallacious in its form. So, as honorable members said, I don't know who suggested it, at some point we need to engage and reflect and on what is happening globally, and without being biased, as this portfolio committee on international relations, which I think is a very important portfolio in South Africa, ukondlula ezinye i-portfolio committees. DG, Honorable Msane is making a serious allegation that the qualifications of your officials, which are leading in the department, is a copy and paste of note, right? Now, I'm going to say to you today that we need those qualifications in paper. Because if you ask me today to unleash my qualifications to you, I'll give you my certificate there, advanced diploma in public administration, I'll give you. Honors degree in public administration, I'll give you. Master's degree in public administration, I'll give you those papers, because those papers are there. So for us to clear the air on what Honorable Msane has raised today in this meeting, which for me is so sensitive because we are live on national television as well. Let us have those qualifications as written on that table which you have presented to us, and it's very important. Now the ambassador's presentation on Cuba in particular, responding to the question by Honorable Ngola, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me because it raises a question, another question, that says, how did the Cubans arrive in South Africa if there were no means to bring that citizen which is lying in another country, and the family is longing to receive his remains so that he is getting a dignified send-off from his family? How did the Cubans arrive here in South Africa? That question, for me, it must be answered, and it cannot be answered through a written submission, DG. And in the midst of that arrival of the Cubans, why did this particular body did not arrive at the same time here in our country? I think that question, for me, it must be answered now before I conclude and summarize the meeting. The assertion that public works doesn't work, I don't know. I'm not sure about it. But DG, when we said as a portfolio committee, PEP is not going to happen in October, we didn't say this because we anticipated that there was going to be COVID-19, lockdown, and what have you. We raised this based on the fact that we saw that the department is going to collapse. The chairperson of the AU, who happens to be the president of this particular country of ours that we love so much. Now, let's say there was no COVID. I didn't hear as to how far are we with that particular legacy project. Shortening, is it going to happen or not? Those are straight answers which we need from the Department of International Relations. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Because you should not masquerade behind the lockdowns, pandemic, and perhaps you should also, as people who sit in the National Command Center on this COVID, empower this portfolio committee. There was a judgment fresh from the court which says that the Regulation 3, Regulation 4 they are unconstitutional. It is the High Court saying this. Constitutional Court have not said it. What are the balance of forces there? Are we automatically on level 1? What must happen to us as a country and as citizens here, which in our view are regulated, all of us who are regulated as citizens of this country. And now here comes a court judgment amidst the whole regulation, this regulation, that level, this level, that. So your presentation fell short of empowering the portfolio committee on those issues. I have requested our portfolio committee staff to activate the 1 hour which we left that time, because I anticipated that this debate is going to be a long debate and the time was not going to be enough, because it's one of the important presentations which you have tabled to the portfolio committee today, because we are talking about current issues and what is happening in the world. So I think on that note, DG, you must respond to those questions of mine, hoping there are no outstanding questions which were raised by the committee members which were not answered. So the floor is yours, DG.
Chair.
Why are you howling me now?
I'm raising my hand, Chair.
Why are you raising your hand?
Chair, with regard to what you have just said and the response on the Cuban medical student issue. The department is making an allegation that they could not be able to repatriate that medical student who passed away on the basis of the lockdown. Our own understanding in the South African context is that since level 5 cargo flights were opened, they were allowed by the state. So until now, Chair, it's been 2 months now, they have not been able to bring back Sibusiso Kongo to his own home. I agree with you, Chair, where you say this response on the lockdown and the regulations on the repatriation is not satisfactory. And we must not want to accept a written report on it, because this matter is in the public domain as we speak. So can we get a plan on how the department is going to assist on the repatriation of the former medical student in Cuba by the name of Sibusiso Kongo? Thank you very much.
DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I must indicate that on the unfortunate tragic event involving our own son of the soil, we have been trying our best as a department in collaboration with the relevant sending Department of Health and the government of the Eastern Cape. And as the Chief of State Protocol has indicated, as recent as this afternoon before this meeting, we were in the process of engaging on this matter with another department that we believe we can try to get a solution. We had not concluded because I had to come to this meeting. It's a matter we are very much seized with, very painful, and we can imagine how it is affecting the family. However, we are constrained both by resources and power, because as a department, our role, as we said, is limited to the extent to which we can assist with certain processes, but we do not hide in that one. We will sit and talk to the relevant departments and discuss how we can best address this matter by any possible way. Indeed, the constraining issues are the fact that it happened at the time when we are in this situation where the airspace, like Cuba, does not have frequent flights like many others. We will not immediately say what the matter we have been engaged on this late afternoon will take us to, but we hope out of that endeavor we might get to somewhere, and we will engage our principals and the relevant stakeholders to ensure that the family gets a closure. It bothers us, it's painful, it is really something that we do not sleep, and we will not sleep until we find something together with those who are very key to the success of this. Our mission is continuously working on this matter, and I must indicate I'm not very sure about the event, whether the time the event vis-a-vis the flight that came to bring the doctors. I believe it was not at the same time. I've not done my homework about that. But as I say, honorable members, we are really trying every time to do what we can do beyond our powers and within our abilities, and together with those other stakeholders, we will find a ways at some point. And with PAP, Pan-African Parliament, indeed, the presentation was done when we were presenting our AU chairship, that one of the wishes was to have this sword-turning ceremony. But honorable members will notice that on my response there, we do not cite COVID as a reason. We said directly in writing that it is not feasible due to the delayed finalization of the land acquisition or selection for the project, which is the domain that we are trusting and hoping that the relevant department that deals with immovable properties of the state will work it out. When we mentioned the ongoing discussions, it was because the minister in a submission in the recent meeting did allude to the fact that she is in discussion with the minister to resolve the issues that are relating to the land selection of the site there. And as DIRCO, we rely heavily on that, on the success of the resolution of this land acquisition, and we will continue to engage to ensure that some kind of milestones are looked at, and then we will be able to then determine out of these discussions when this can really happen. As part of our aspirations for the chairship, we did concede that it looks very impractical and impossible at this stage. But the continuation of looking at that will not stop as a result. So, honorable members, with your understanding, all these matters that you say, and regarding the qualifications, we picked up that the committee would like to see physical copies, certified copies. We will make sure that we do that and submit same for verification. We only listed them as we thought that it will suffice to indicate that these are the qualifications that are at our disposal for those people who are working there, and we will go back and to the drawing board to satisfy the committee with what the expectation is. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
DG, how did the Cuban doctors arrive in South Africa?
Honorable Chair, I did say where I'm seated here, I've not made a determination that I can really bind myself to understanding. I may have to check. I can't even recall the dates, but the time I learned or we learned of this incident, it was the event of the arrival had already taken place, I guess. But the fact of the matter is that I may not at this time where I am, without properly verifying, have full. I see Ambassador Losi could perhaps be having the details, and she can assist me on this one. Or what I can say is that we are working on it.
Did they arrive? Did they arrive by bus, by a train, by a motorbike? My question is specific. How did they arrive in South Africa? And in that, how did we leave our own behind? That's what we want to know. How did they arrive, and how did we leave our own behind when it is so crucial for his family to have him here in our country? It's been how many months now? It's un-African. It's un-African, and in that department, you must just understand that before you are officials, there's traditions and cultures that many of us must follow as human beings, because we are human beings in the end. Now, a question is simple. How did they arrive? Why is this one left behind? Is it because he's lying there helplessly, that he is not here with those doctors that are from Cuba? So this matter, we need direct answers.
Ambassador Lucy, you were cut, Honorable Chair. May I seek your indulgence?
Oh no, don't seek my indulgence. Last question. In this new normal, we are told, instructed, that 60 and above must stay at home. They must not go back to work. So in that department which you are leading, how are you going to deal with that? It's not there on your presentation, and it's part of this COVID, that thing. So we need to be appraised about these things, because it's important for us to know and understand as to how are you going to plan around it as a department. And please make it quick, because we've got 5 minutes. Ambassador Lucy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in short, Chair, the student passed away on the 29th of April, and the doctors arrived in South Africa on the 27th of April. There has been no other flight that has gone to Cuba. What the DG was explaining, or maybe before that, what I was explaining with the cargoes, the honorable member was talking about, yes, indeed, there was a cargo from France that went to Cuba, but there were no flights from France to South Africa. You would all recall, honorable members and chairperson, that Cuba is under sanctions. There are no flights that are going to Cuba. We've really, really been struggling, and we truly, truly understand what the family is going through. We want to assure, the honorable.
You are not going to disrupt my meeting. Continue, Honorable Lucy.
Thank you very much, Chair. We want to ask.
Yes. Yes, Ambassador, continue.
Thank you. So what I wanted to explain, Chair, was that it was so unfortunate that the student passed away on the 29th, just 2 days after the doctors had arrived in South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, on that question, over 60, Honorable Chair, we have a workplace plan that provides for circumstances such as the 60 and above, which provides that in circumstances where such will be arranged between the supervisor and the employee at hand, and then considering all operational requirements. So our plan provides for the situation of those that age group in line with the health protocols that are regulating this, and we have adequately accommodated it. We are mindful that it is based on the fact that our department would have a number of colleagues who are in this age group, and we may at some point share with the committee our actual workplace plan, which is elaborating on how we're going to deal with employees as part of our response to this pandemic. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson.
We've got only 2 minutes to wrap up our meeting. Honorable Ngala, Honorable Msane.
No, thank you, Chair. I think the responses on the matter have been satisfactory for now, but I think there is a gap in terms of the information, but it's fine. I can even deal with this matter outside the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Msane.
Chair, what I wanted to add to what the ambassador was saying about the repatriation of Sibusiso is that the family must not be given options on whether to cremate or bury the child in Cuba. Those can never be an option in this matter, Chair. Thank you very much.
I'm sure the department has captured that. Sibusiso must come here in South Africa. We want him here. And then, honorable members, I'm hoping that all your questions were responded to. Let me take this opportunity and thank the department for the presentation which they brought to us today. DG, through the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable or Mr. Squela, rather, I want a weekly update on this repatriation of Sibusiso in particular. Weekly updates. You must answer your calls. I envy these ones who are hero worshipping you in terms of responding to their calls. When you were unable to respond to the calls of the portfolio committee team that is assisting us here on day-to-day basis for the entire COVID period until we were preparing for the portfolio committee meeting. I wish I could be Honorable Bergman and Honorable Chetty and say these things in confidence like them. So there've been quite an immense improvement in the department. Honorable Bergman would agree with me if he's here. The issue of who are those people, Honorable Bergman? It's Tiger and who? It's not there. So before we conclude our meeting, I will give to Deputy Minister Boutas to give us a closing remark before I declare the meeting closed. Honorable Minister, Deputy Boutas. So why are you in the dark? Unmute your mic.
Honorable Musano Pege.
Yes, am I audible, Salo?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, thank you very much. Look,
No.
We will of course report to the minister about the concerns that the portfolio committee has, that at all times our repatriation efforts.
Are you on, Deputy Minister?
Unmute.
Are you on the road?
Yes, Lalo.
Hi, guys. Can you switch off your camera and speak?
Am I audible, Slalo?
Yes, you are audible.
No, Diabonga, Slalo. I'll obviously communicate the concerns of the committee to the minister. in relation to our repatriation efforts, and that the areas that the PC has identified namhlanje, that we should probably keep the committee in confidence. Hello?
Yes, we are listening to you.
Yes. No, and I think the areas that the Director General has responded on, Slalo, I think there is areas in terms of our APP that will be submitting to the PC that will obviously inculcate some of the areas, the observations from the PC as part of the overall recommendations to strengthen even our annual performance plan that obviously we'll submit at the later stage, given the dynamics of the COVID-19. So I would want to pause and obviously, thank the privilege of the PC for having had indulgence of the of DIRCO and the Director General, Carlo.
Thank you, Honorable DM Masiho Tlamin. Switch off mute your mic. Honorable Minister Voters. Yes, DM Masiho Tlamin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We really appreciate the meeting. Of course, I end up being connected. So I think there are issues that the members has just raised concern, especially issues of the administration, which according to the DG will make sure that we will respond. And also the issue of unpacking the numbers of the people that have been repatriated. So we'll try our best to get exactly who is who in the number that we have indicated there so that the members are clarified. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And also, when we come back, DM, the ministry must also appraise us with the issues of human resource, and that how far are you in terms of the restructuring of the department, which we raised long ago. So we want that in our next meeting. Because remember, you also said that the minister sent you to represent the ministry in ensuring that restructuring happens. It's been a year since we've raised that matter. I don't think that such an important matter can take the whole year or year and a half. It's very important that it happens, and it happens very quick. Because it's very important that we restructure the department. DG, thank you very much to you and your team and both the deputy ministers for honoring our meetings tirelessly. Your participation and availability is very much appreciated to the portfolio committee. So when we hear these other portfolio committees complaining that our ministers are not coming to our portfolio committees, we are not one such portfolio committee. And we appreciate that, and it's very important. And honorable members, thank you very much for availing yourselves. Mamuzungu, hello, come in, Mamuzungu. Mamuzungu is communicating with her ancestors now already because it's late and umdala gishem simhlalisile apha uMamuzungu. So, honorable members, I will reiterate the fact that these meetings, which are virtual, are official meetings of Parliament by the Portfolio Committee, and all of us, including the officials, are expected to uphold the decorum of the meetings. All of us, unapologetically, we must uphold and preserve the decorum of the meetings. Next time, if something happens here wrong in the meeting, which is unbecoming, I'm going to embarrass that particular person who will be doing that. And after embarrassing that person, I'll be writing to the speaker. We're going to be having these platforms for a very long time, up until there's a new word that replaces the new normal. So we need to tolerate these platforms and make it a point that we are disciplined at all costs, the same way that we would uphold the discipline and the decorum of Parliament when we are there in Parliament. So without wasting time, honorable members, DG, deputy ministers which are here, and all the officials of the department, we see improvement. We see improvement, dear Mashiko. We thank the lockdown. We thank the lockdown. To hear DG saying myself and the CFO when he's doing the presentation, it's an indication of a song which says Mercy rewrote my life. If you know that particular song, you sing that song, you will understand what I'm saying. So Mercy rewrote the life of this particular department. We must thank the lockdown, COVID-19, collectivism is very important at all costs. And we can see that gradually the department is drifting towards it. And so we cannot mention it. It would be remiss of me if I don't say that what we see today as collectivism and improvement by the department, it's something that holds a PhD. So it's something very high. It holds a PhD, this that we see in the department, and we are happy with that, and keep on doing the good work during this COVID-19. As much as there are issues which we feel strong about, the overall work of the department is visible. We see it, and it is satisfactory. So in those words, thank you very much, DM, and honorable members, and the entire team from DIRCO, led by the DG and of course the ministry, which is here represented by or through the deputy ministers. So on that note, the meeting is adjourned. I know Honorable Msane can't miss his beauty sleep because he has not been doing her facials because
I'm not
of
sleeping now.
So he's rushing to sleep early. So thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. Mam Zungu. Mam Zungu.
Mieke sihlalo, mieke.
Mam Zungu. Good night, Mam Zungu. Mam Zungu. Uthini Mam Zungu msana?
Uthi uzosibona kusasa mamzungu.
Umamzungu ugidizela amadloti apha ebuthongweni ulele.
Akalalanga umamzungu akalalanga, uyacabanga ukuthi uzoyenza kanjani lento lena ngobe i60 years ifikile.
Uyameditator. Uyameditate umama uZungu. Understand. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. We can log. We'll see you when the new normal passes our stations. Sizokubamba yona le train engenye singayaziyo uba what is coming. Asiyazi uba kuza ntoni DG. Kuza ntoni DG nithi kuza ntoni ngapha kulaa ndawo yenu. Yintoni laa ndawo National Command Center? What are you bringing?
Nothing.
When are you ratifying these regulations which are unconstitutional?